I think it's live streaming. If it's not, Chris will run in the room in about 5 minutes and tell us. So thank you all for coming today. And these over the next 2 days, you all are why we're here. We organized this to try to bring people together and just get people thinking about this sort of interesting connection between space exploration and NASA and the environment. I also want to thank our sponsors for the program, Georgetown University primarily, the New Jersey Institute of Technology, which is also sponsoring it, NASA, which provided a lot of money for us to do this, as well as the DC Space Grant group, which also helped us out financially as well. So thank you to all of them. I also want to thank my co-organizers, Brian Odom from NASA. This was his sort of idea. He's done many of these symposiums before on different themes. And this was a theme that spoke to me as an environmental historian, so I'm glad to be involved as well. Teasel Muir Harmony from the National Air and Space Museum. She's been a supporter of the symposium from the beginning and has worked really hard to help us out. She gave us a tour of the Air and Space Museum exhibit, One Earth, yesterday for some of us, which was great. The museum's closed, but we got in there early. And mostly Dagmar de Groot from Georgetown, a professor of history here, who really has taken on the lion's share of the work because we're at Georgetown. So the poor guy has been helping us organize all this stuff running around. Also at Georgetown, Chris Sealing, who has helped us with the IT and all the food and the chairs and everything. That guy has made this whole thing happen. So thank you to Chris as well. We have some students who have been helping us as well here at Georgetown, Andrew Ross, Zach John, and Sophia Cheng. They're responsible for the registration table and the signage, and also helping us man the registration table and get everyone in and out. People at NASA who helped with the symposium, also Deb Hernandez, Michelle Ostavar, and Megan McGrady have helped out at NASA. And then people at the DC Space Grant, Megan Kemble and Nathan Harshman. So today we're going to hear some great people and presentations on pollution, global and local. What I'll do is I'm going to introduce them one by one so you can get a little background to them. They'll come up, they'll speak for 10 minutes, right? And then they've all been told to time it beforehand. And then we'll have a lot of time for Q&A. That's the goal here. All right. All right, good. And if people want to switch between sessions, if there's another panel, another paper you want to hear at the other end, that's okay to do that. Okay, you can get up and head out in the middle of it. Okay. Okay, so our first presenter, Steve Buono. Steve is an Ernest May Fellow in History and Policy at Harvard University. His first book project, The Province of All Mankind, narrates the birth of outer space as a discrete realm of international relations and legal thought in the 20th century. At Harvard's Belfer Center, he is at work on a history of lunar governance in the Cold War. Steve's paper today is titled The Devil's Glow, Starfish Prime and the Invention of Outer Space. Welcome, Steve. Yeah. Hopefully you can get your presentation up and step over the cords.
How do I exit out of here? Oh, end show. And here I am.
Clock is not started.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Let me know when you're ready.
I've timed it out, so we should be good. And I apologize for the live streamers because I have notes here and I know you're looking at them, but you get to read along and look at the slides at the same time. Okay, so late at night, let me just begin this whole symposium by just telling you a story. I think that's a great way to start. Late at night on July 9, 1962, people all over Hawaii gathered hurriedly outside so that they might witness something spectacular. In Pearl Harbor, sailors ordered themselves on the dock alongside their submarines. Organizers of the Miss Hawaii pageant in Honolulu stopped the event so that the audience could scramble to nearby rooftops. Tourists packed hotel courtyards. College students brought their dates to the beach. Parents woke sleepy children. All rushed to whatever vistas they could find to gaze upon what promised to be a fantastic light show. The US government was poised after two previous failures to detonate a hydrogen bomb roughly 250 miles above the Earth in outer space. Despite reports that weather might again delay the test, at 10:45 p.m. Honolulu time, a massive Thor rocket lifted into the sky from Johnston Island, roughly 900 miles southwest of Oahu. 15 minutes later, at exactly 11 o'clock, spectators got what they were waiting for. In an instant, the rocket's warhead exploded, igniting the Pacific sky in a flash of bright white light. Suddenly, the blue-black tropical night turned into a hot lime green, a color so unexpected that many observers gasped. The viridescent aurora gave way, first to a lemonade pink, then slowly to a terrifying red. It was not the familiar orange of the tropical sunset, but a deep, solid red, and the people afterwards groped for words to describe it, reported Life correspondent Dick Stoley. The glow bubbled aloft and boiled in the sky. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of blood. In New Zealand, the Fijis, and Samoa, observers stood in awe as swirls of green, yellow, red, blue, and orange moved along a north-south axis across the heavens. It was like a watercolor sunset, recalled one witness. For 6 minutes, the night had become a radiant and prismatic day. This was Starfish Prime, the largest space-based nuclear weapons test of the Cold War.
I shift my script situation.
It disconnected when we had our little.
Okay, well, I'll just-
Are we on now?
Yes.
All right.
Scripted is.
So we need to now get your slides up, right?
Yes, and there's second from the bottom, I believe. Yep.
That one?
Let's go
And you
to-
can just do a regular, yeah, I will. I will read from my script separately. Oh, dear. Just
No,
spare
no.
my notes.
That's your first slide?
Yes, but I'm gonna do, if you don't mind,
Absolutely.
to spare the live stream, I will read separately from my computer. Final last minute adjustment, sorry about that. Technologies. Even in person, it goes wrong, you know, there was Zoom, now we're back. Still on the wrong mode. Let me try one more time, and otherwise I'll just roll with it.
What are you trying to do?
Not in presenter mode.
I think you can switch it.
You can. Let me see. Swaps display, no, use slideshow and show. Oh, well, I can do it in presenter mode. It's just, I feel bad for the live stream. That'll be okay. One more time. I think I've got play from start. Let's try this. We'll roll with it. It is what it is. Okay. All right. So thanks everyone for organizing, and thanks to all you for being here bright and early for our first session this morning. I'll get started. One morning in 1975, Delmore Fast Horse heard a loud crash. She's in her home. She followed the noise to a hallway where she found her light fixture was laying on the floor and a large crack through her wall. That same year, in 1975, Papago lawyers from Papago Legal Services filed the petition with the Federal Aviation, FAA, to stop the sonic booms cracking above Tohono O'odham Nation, which had punctured the desert silence there for years. Little cheat sheet slide, given the acronyms that are going to help me stay within 10 minutes. So where Delmore Fast Horse lived, overflights regularly rattled O'odham schools, hospitals, and churches. Fighter jets pulled aerial maneuvers dangerously close to the ground, buzzing buildings, rangelands, and highways. In frustration, some residents even fired shotguns in return at the planes. By 1975, overland supersonic transit, of course, had been banned. So what was going on? That's the question that led me into the research, which this is an abridged version of a chapter for my dissertation. So brief context, as we know, this is 1970s. So we're in the Cold War and the arms race with the Soviet Union. Air power serves an essential purpose during that time. So as a part of the effort in the 1970s, military airspace expanded tremendously over the United States, ultimately covering 1 million square miles by 1986. Before the 1970s overflights, though, we had to develop the ability to break the speed of sound to begin with. So the FAA started a supersonic transit study group in 1959 to compete with British efforts to develop the Concorde. And in 1963, the Kennedy administration launched a public program, an SST program, to develop commercial SST. NASA and other federal agencies came together in a committee on that project. One of the disagreements was about whether to do community overflights to determine how willing Americans would be to live with this new noise. And they did several, but the largest were in 1964 over St. Louis. 1,000 sonic booms were planned to test over the city. The program went underway, but ultimately ended early because there was so much pushback and outrage. So as an anti-SST movement sort of snowballed, and by 1967 joined forces with environmentalist groups that really gave the anti-SST movement extra traction and support. Environmentalists worried that supersonic transport would harm the stratosphere or the effects it would have, and they publicized the damage from sonic booms, which had broken off cliff dwellings and damaged other aspects of cultural heritage and national parks in the West. As a response, the SST program ended in 1971, and then ultimately overland supersonic flights were banned in 1973. At the same time, in the 1970s, fighter jets technology developed such that they became more capable of technical low altitude maneuvers, as well as more readily able to break the speed of sound. And as I mentioned, by 1977 then, so even 10 years earlier, the Air Force had controlled airspace through its military expansion over 30% of the contiguous US, so a solid third of the continent. So in Arizona, as part of this, 3 Air Force bases in the Phoenix area. So one was in Phoenix, 2 were in Phoenix, 2 were in Tucson outside of Tucson, 1 in Phoenix. But case in point, 3 Air Force bases established a new low altitude military airspace, which covered the Tohono O'odham Nation, you can see here in green, and then the Oregon Pipe Cactus National Monument, which is right here bordering the Tohono O'odham Nation. So there was some pushback from the NPS as well. The cell's MOA included routes as low as 100 feet above the ground. The Air Force had used Tohono O'odham airs as early as 1941 when it was training pilots for World War II. That was the first time the Luke Air Force Base was established in Phoenix. But the low overflights and sonic booms that were enabled by technology in the 70s drew renewed protest. Tribal members filed another petition after fast horses with the FAA in 1977. At the same time, the National Environmental Protection Act, which went into effect in 1970, forced the Air Force to assess its environmental impacts of airspace. And so to do so, the Air Force had to draft an EIS, an environmental impact statement, and share it with affected community members. It sent this out to different community members and federal agencies, including the tribe, and then held public hearings. So the first hearing on the Tohono O'odham Nation was in 1979.
Which one is this? It's 11.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having Cyrus and I remotely. Hopefully we'll be
Okay, I'll do a quick intro for Tom. Thank you, Ali. Thank you again for also dealing with the computer stuff. Tom Trumbull. Thomas is a geographer and historian interested in the relationship between thermodynamics, politics, and the human sciences in the 19th and 20th centuries. He's a research scholar at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science. He recently helped organize a large-scale and multidisciplinary analysis of the Mississippi River Basin, which appeared in the Anthropocene Review. Thomas's paper is titled Earth's Nearest Star, NASA's Demonstrative Solar Energy Projects. And here we go.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having Cyrus and I remotely. Hopefully we'll be around for questions later after the talk. This talk is a brief introduction to a case study that is part of a wider project that Cyrus and I are doing, looking at the relationship between NASA and the development of alternative energy technologies in the 1970s. So I'll begin. On December 16, 1978, in Tuchulik, a village on the western edge of the Tohono O'odham Reservation in Arizona, Tribal Chair Cecil Williams and US Representative Morris Udall gave speeches at a dedication event to mark the solar electrification of this remote community. A set of solar panels would transform the blazing Arizonan sun into electricity for people that live beyond the profitable reach of utility companies. The initiative, as the video makes clear, was led by NASA, an organization that had long been interested in solar power and with a clear scientific orientation toward the sun and solar system. For the Tohono O'odham, the sun had long assumed a central role in their own indigenous cosmology. So this short video kind of sets out the general scheme of the talk today. And gives us some sense of perhaps some of the conflicts that are going to be encountered in this project. It's supposed to have no sound so that you can hear me talking. So my co-author, Cyrus, has described how in the long 1970s, NASA was experiencing what he terms existential success. It achieved many of its goals, not least putting a person on the moon, but success had removed some of the certainties of its post-war status. If the organization's maxim had once been faster, higher, farther, budgetary constraints, inflation, and a growing awareness of the environment had clipped their wings. Success had also demonstrated a racial aspect. NASA had put whitey on the moon, as poet Gil Scott-Heron suggested, and in the words of a Como novelist, Simon Ortiz, they'd returned only with a pile of rocks. Cyrus and I argue that research into alternative energy gave NASA a new mission and, in a sense, an opportunity to improve relations with indigenous people. NASA's Vanguard 1, its first solar-powered satellite, had launched in 1958 with 6 solar cells, providing just 1 watt of power. 15 years later, the space station Skylab was launched, with winged solar arrays providing 1,000 watts. Tuchulik was a different proposition. This hardscrabble village would receive 3,500 watts to replace a diesel-powered water pump and to provide new refrigerators, a washing machine, and a sewing machine. Where Skylab cost $300 a watt, the village's power was estimated to cost just under $2. Solar was becoming cheap enough to become a commercial proposition. In part, this was because NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab had among others, made a concerted effort to lower the cost of silicon cells, both through engineering ever thinner films of silicone, but also thanks to their pursuit of a coordinated 10-year development target that had been established at the National Science Foundation funded Cherry Hill Conference in October 1973, a kind of foundational event in the solar industry. So if JPL had specialized in lab-based studies of the kind pictured here, in which researchers tested the efficacy of solar cells, NASA Lewis focused on field research. Here we see the installation of a solar-powered fridge in the Tohono O'odham village of Silnakia in Arizona, built by Lewis researchers in 1976 to keep medicines cool. Louis Rosenblum, NASA Lewis's chief of solar and electrochemistry, as historian Kim McQuaid has documented, was an early adopter of anti-racist and environmentalist initiatives. Not least, he led an anti-racist housing campaign at the Lewis Lab in 1964. Likewise, his interest in standalone voltaics, circuits disconnected from the utility grid, had a more than scientific interest. At the village dedication ceremony, he's the one with the Stetson, he stated his hope that the Stuchulik project might help the 3 million other villages in the world without electric power. The oil crisis had prompted a nationwide re-evaluation of solar energy's potential. The Ford government was looking to set up a solar energy research institute, a well-funded organization that struggling states might hope might boost their prospects. Arizona was a strong contender, with 4,000 hours of sunlight a year, a sparse population in the Sonoran Desert, and a history of solar research stretching back to the 1950s, when none other than Vannevar Bush had asked what better location when looking for a location for the first conference on applied solar energy. In 1975, NASA-affiliated artist Robert McCall was commissioned by Arizona Governor Raul Castro to produce a number of visionary paintings of the state's solar future. These were published in the state-funded magazine Arizona Highways and circulated at the time to Congress members. McCall imagined a desert carpeted with silicon cells and with solar-powered airships and solar concentrators running alongside. It was as if the desert was an unpopulated terra nullius, in which the land had no other use nor owner. In fact, the Tohono O'odham and the Hohokam, from whom they descended, had lived in the Sonoran Desert for thousands of years. Their lives had been shaped by its aridity and the short period of fertility that followed July monsoons. Ethnographers and tribespeople had long documented a culture that both venerated and feared the sun. This painting shows the Chiltkono dance, one of supplication to the sun and done to ensure cosmic order. NASA were far from ignorant of the Tohono O'odham. In fact, the NSF had signed an unlimited lease with tribal elders in the 1950s, granting them the right to build a telescope on Kitt Peak, a not so distant sacred mountain. Then, as now, the NSF sought the help of University of Arizona anthropologists to achieve their aims with sufficient cultural sensitivity. In the 1970s, PIMA specialist Donald Barr was chosen by NASA in this case to document the reception of solar electricity among the villagers. His wry and critical observations, published by NASA, manifest anthropology's growing tendency to study up rather than down and to criticize one's own society rather than the one ostensibly being examined. Barr's opening premise was that far from the project bringing electricity to the village, for the first time, villagers were already very familiar with it. They were avid car drivers, driving long distances across the desert, but also to one another's houses. Maintaining these vehicles required a working knowledge of electrics, and the villagers had also used diesel generators to provide electricity for the lights and sound needed during seasonal fiesta. The arrival of solar power in the village manifests some of the general characteristics of energy transitions, and we think provides a useful micro-historical case study highlighting the problems, barriers, and successes that can occur in attempting to oppose alternative energy technologies on a distinct community. As large parts of the world attempt to electrify in a more sustainable way, we hope this case is of more general significance. So, what happened? The lead-cadmium batteries, which harnessed and stabilized the sun, were used to run the village water pump, bring electrical lighting to homes, power a shared clothes washer, a shared sewing machine, and a set of household refrigerators. You can see them behind this woman. Barr observed that the provision of solar had not alleviated the labor of villagers. Headman Dave Santos no longer needed to collect payment for the diesel generator, but instead had to monitor the solar network's control system and to dust off its silicon cells. Moreover, the shared washing and sewing machines housed in a distinct domestic services building were little used. These activities had normally been carried out communally in each other's homes, alongside other tasks such as cooking or childcare. Clearly, this system had been installed without consulting its users. Another problem was that solar electricity seemed to lead to additionality. The more people had, the more they wanted. Villagers soon rigged up homespun networks running on diesel or propane generators with trailing pin plugs so they could use devices like televisions in their homes. As elsewhere, the low-cost power provision seemed to rebound, creating demand for ever more energy amongst this community and that of others. Drawing on this knowledge of wider Pima culture, Barr speculated on how solar energy had been understood by the Tohono O'odham. Far from the Anglo-American abstractions of power and energy associated with thermodynamics, they held the arguably more sustainable idea that the over-exploitation of certain elements of the environment from which power were derived resulted in physical sickness for humans. In Papago, their language, diesel-generated electricity was termed siguk wepgi, or strong electricity, while intermittent solar power was considered weak and called this thing, on the other hand. The idea that villagers would accept a weaker form of power in full knowledge of the efficacy, constancy, and long life of fossil fuel power was very much mistaken. Excuse me. Today, the environmental cost of the industrialized world of use of fossil fuels is becoming ever more readily apparent, while the demand for energy-powered development in the rest of the world becomes ever stronger. Given these countervailing forces, NASA's work in Stuchulik, we hope, can offer notes of encouragement, but also can serve as a cautionary tale. So thank you for listening and for this brief overview of this specific case study. It was just one of a far wider program of NASA solar developmental projects that we hope to explore in the full publication. So yeah, thanks very much for your time. I look forward to your questions, and I will stop the recording.
Another view of the same Native American group was wonderful. Hopefully we can pull Thomas into the Q&A. I don't know how we're going to do that, but somehow do it. Okay, the next presenter is Thomas Rowson. Sorry, did I pronounce it incorrectly?
No, it's fine.
Good, okay. Thomas is a postgraduate researcher at the University of Bristol. He is an environmental historian conducting his research project on the environmental impacts of the Saturn family of launch vehicles, from design through to their afterlife. A lifelong lover of the Apollo program, Thomas aims to add value to the considerable body of work on this topic with his cost-benefit analyses. As Thomas wrote in his great bio to me, he wrote, quote, "Growing up, my childhood bedroom was decorated with pictures of rockets and planets. So being here to present on my research at the end of my first year as a PhD student is pretty surreal experience. And his university dorm room is also covered in posters of tropical islands, which might explain why he's decided to talk about Jamaica. So let's pull up your, if you see it here, I'm going to let you pull it up.
Thank you. Max. Oh, yeah. Terrific.
They're going to be seeing your notes.
Cool. Right. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome. It is an absolute privilege to be here, and certainly not something I thought I'd be doing a year ago. So this is quite remarkable and a true delight. So I'm Thomas. I'm from the University of Bristol. Just finished my first year of the PhD, as Neil said, and I'm talking about the journey from Jamaica to the moon and aluminium, as we say. This year, I've actually been quite addicted and obsessed to the Netflix and NBC show The Good Place, which, if you haven't seen, it's a sitcom based on the afterlife, where people's places in either the good place or the bad place are determined by the total number of points that you obtain through your life, where good deeds get you positive points, bad deeds get you negative points, and the show fuses comedy with moral philosophy. But the scores aren't actually always quite as simple as this makes out on here, because two people could buy a tomato but end up with very different scores. Because whilst the intent might be the same, to try to eat more healthily, one could inadvertently be supporting a farmer who exploits their workforce. So there are chains and impacts beyond just the simple tomato itself. And when considering the environmental impact of the Saturn launch family of crafts, which is where my research is focusing, it's important not just to look at the Earthrise and Blue Marble photos, which helped galvanize a fledgling environmental movement, but to consider the whole craft and its various chains, from the design through to the building, testing, and launching of the vessel, as well as its afterlife. Just like that Blue Marble photo, these chains and their impacts can encompass the entire globe. Today, we're going to consider just one of those, but I think it's one of the most important. In Aluminum Dreams, Mimi Scheller estimates that approximately 90% of the Saturn V is made, in some part at least, from this stuff, aluminium. Realistically, there was no alternative to this truly space-age material, given its high natural resistance to corrosion, whilst also being very strong for, importantly, quite little weight. To follow the journey that aluminium has taken to become part of this craft, we are going to focus not on the entire thing, but just on the S4B stage, which was constructed by the Douglas Aircraft Company. Having previously worked on the Thor rockets with a good deal of success, the decision was made to continue using the same alloy for when it came to building this. It was designated Alloy 2014, which had been developed as a high-strength alloy, having good ductability and machinability for aircraft and other heavy-duty uses. The subcontractor chosen to supply this material to Douglas was Kaiser Aluminum and Chemical Sales Incorporated. And tracing the commodity chain for the aluminium created by Kaiser takes us to the Caribbean island of Jamaica. In Jamaica, the traditional exports and sources of income for the island kind of centered around rum, molasses, and sugar. And it's also done a roaring trade in bananas. But in the early to mid-1960s, the foreign exports of bauxite and alumina, the basis of aluminium, was double that of traditional export materials, and generated an 8-fold increase of revenue to that of bananas. So it's really important to the Jamaican economy, but it's also played a role in changing the face of the island. Bauxite is this reddish brown material. It's found at low depths in the Earth's surface. It's the starting point of aluminium. The mines used to extract bauxite are often open pit mines, a process sometimes referred to as surface mining. From an environmental perspective, an open pit mine has a more obvious and visible impact than underground or underwater mining. The landscape itself is changed through this process, resembling more of the standard image of a quarry in its appearance. Strip mining is also frequently used as part of this process, especially in the beginning of a mine's life. And open pit mines also cover a much larger surface area, so it changes more of the local environment as well, compared to these traditional mining techniques where it's just straight down. As a result, all of the mining activity takes place in the open air, meaning that any emissions or waste are not contained within the mine, and that includes the risk of things like water contamination. Kaiser obtained land in the Essex Valley area, that's in the southwest of Jamaica. They bought out and resettled many hundreds of farmers in the process, but some did refuse to sell. So you had this peculiar sight of these wooden huts and a banana patch surrounded by the machines that were digging out all the bauxite and hauling it across to put it on the railroad, as they had to build around these holdings. The mines came with roads, electricity and water supplies, ports, and other associated facilities like health clinics. But as George Beckford explains, these were solely for the benefit of the mining companies and their staff. An unintended consequence of the roads in particular was opening up more opportunities for locals to kind of readily engage in illegal deforestation. Bauxite is also a limited resource. Now, when opening a mine, many companies, including Kaiser, they removed the topsoil, which is really rich in nutrients, and stored it so it could be replaced at the end of the mine when it's all been depleted. And whilst this is a good idea in principle, Berglund and Johansson report that the topsoil is far less able to retain water after being replaced, making it harder to return the mine to nature. The rehabilitation of mines and surrounding areas is seen as one of the longest lasting and most extreme impacts of the process. Via railroad, the mined bauxite then goes to Port Kaiser, where it was loaded onto ships and transported approximately 2,000 kilometers to plants in Louisiana for processing. As the industry standard, the Bayer process, created by Carl Joseph Bayer in 1888, is used to extract aluminium oxide, which is better known as alumina. The process has got many steps and stages. It's quite a technical and complicated activity. Initially, the bauxite is crushed before being added to a caustic solution of concentrated sodium hydroxide, which dissolves and digests any material containing alumina. The resultant sludge of insoluble material is known as red mud, and this is a waste product. Typically, it's disposed of in large lakes as it's considered hazardous. And for every ton of alumina created from the Bayer process, up to 2 tons of red mud will be produced. Once that red mud has been removed, the process of creating a liquid solution is then reversed, resulting in aluminium trihydroxide, or gibbsite, which can then be removed. This is then washed and thermally treated, calcinated, resulting in the creation of alumina. In 1978, the UK's Mineral Resources Consultative Committee, who have a very catchy name, reported that to produce 1 ton of anhydrous alumina, the Bayer process treats between 2 and 3 tons of bauxite and requires a replacement between 30 and 100 kilograms of caustic soda. The total energy requirements range from 2.5 megawatt hours to 6 megawatt hours per ton of alumina. As well as being resource intensive to create alumina, the Bayer process also brings with it a high level of pollution in proportion to its output. For each ton of alumina created, Venaccio et al. Estimate that between 0.7 and 1.1 tons of CO2 are produced. In order to create aluminium from alumina, a further process is then required. This is the Hall-Héroult process, which takes place in giant steel pots covered in carbon blocks which conduct electricity. The alumina is dissolved in a solution of molten electrolyte, with cryolite being the major part of that, and then that will then go through into the smelting process that creates molten aluminium, which can then be cast. Through the intensive nature of this process, a residue known as spent pot lining is produced after 5 or 6 years of use, which has to be discarded. Like red mud, it's considered hazardous, but instead of being stored in lakes, spent pot lining is frequently just dumped in landfill, as would have been the case in the 1960s. There are strong concerns environmentally for this, as might be expected from the disposal of hazardous waste material on landfill, such as gas emissions from the waste, the contamination of both local water sources and the soil in the surrounding area, and also what Daniel Brough and Sam Juhara describe as biological destruction on a more general scale. Smelting is also far more energy intensive than the Bayer process, as the Hall-Héroult process uses in the region of between 13 and 18 megawatt hours of electricity per ton of molten aluminium. Similarly, there are further emissions as a result of the use of petroleum coke in the process. Coke is used to create these carbon electrodes that are used in the smelting pot down which the electricity is conducted. The carbon blocks that form part of the pot are created by a mixture of petroleum coke and pitch, a product made from coal tar that occurs during the coke production process. This is baked to a high temperature, ready for fitting. Further, as the carbon electrodes interact with the oxygen found in the alumina, carbon dioxide is produced and emitted. All of this just to make aluminium. To discuss the Saturn without really thinking about the materials from which it is made is a little bit of an oversight when we're really trying to consider everything. And aluminium is key to this whole endeavour. As such, without the mines of Jamaica and the environmental impacts they're considered, the one small step could never have materialised. In fact, the material impacts connected with the vehicle and the lack of sustainability in the project can be seen as running counter to the environmentalist narrative of Earthrise and the concept of spaceship Earth. By considering the chains that enabled the craft to be built, we can get a better picture of the environmental impacts of the Saturn vehicles and decide if they truly belong in the good place. Thank you.
Those were great images. Thank you, Thomas. I'm going to move us along quickly because I want to get to Q&A. Rachel Hill. Rachel is an arts. Do you want to get yourself set up? I'll do your introduction.
My setup is basically reading from this.
Okay, so you don't have slides, right?
I do, but they're on there somewhere.
Let me get them for you.
Maybe. Hill,
Yeah.
right there.
It is very
Are
good.
they funding this?
There we go.
It's worth an effort.
Nice one.
So Rachel is an Arts and Humanities Research Council funded PhD student in the Science and Technology Studies Department of University College London, where she researches the environmental histories of spaceflight. She is a co-director of the London Science Fiction Research Community and is an affiliate of the Center for Outer Space Studies at UCL. Rachel's paper is titled Louder Than the Loudest Thunders, The Acoustic Ecologies of Launch. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm like so blown away to be on this incredible panel. Like, wow, I feel so blessed. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone on Zoom, maybe if you're there. I'm just probably going to jump in now to my paper. So, okay, mounting anticipation for Artemis 1 and its launch vividly demonstrates how ignition and liftoff are enduring technological icons. Encompassing mere seconds in real time, the launch of heavy lift vehicles generates enormous amplitudes of acoustic energy, sound that unfolds in enduring and unexpected ways. And yet there's little scholarship that interrogates this moment of intensity. So in the following, I'm going to address this lack by constructing a sonic history for launch. Combining aesthetics and materialities, I will think through how the cacophonies of launch are environmental signals of a kind. So, I'm clicking the wrong computer. There we go, perfect. Awesome, there we go. All right, so the successful launch of Apollo 4 in 1967 was accompanied by a herald of unexpected force. At 204 decibels, its Saturn V rocket became one of the largest sounds ever recorded. Attempts to anticipate the intensity of Apollo 4's extreme acoustical environment failed to capture this mountainous scale. In a report, there it is, in a report published a few months prior entitled Far-Field Acoustic Environmental Predictions for the launch of Saturn V, Stanley Guess and Jess Hicks Jones calculated the representative environments for the launch, with the near field energy predicted to be a maximum of 145 decibels. And just this image here, it's a little bit lopsided because it has 39C, which was a pad that was never actually completed. And you can also see it kind of neatly demonstrates how Merritt Island itself is being used as a sonic barrier to kind of dissipate the sound. And in this kind of grayed off section is an uncontrolled area, which I found is quite an interesting delineation to make. Okay, so meanwhile, the far field estimations from around 6 kilometers were set at about 125 decibels. And it's important to remember that the threshold for pain is about 140 decibels. So watching from this distance, CBS reporter Walter Cronkite famously exclaimed, quote, "The roar is terrific," end quote, as everything around him shook. And the vehicle assembly building and launch control center was similarly assailed by Saturn V's unleashed acoustic energy, materially demonstrating how launch sonics can endanger missions, the launch vehicle itself, launch pad integrity and infrastructure further afield. And this vibroacoustic fatiguing on the launch pad infrastructure is a problem for ongoing maintenance as well, of course. So Cronkite's stunned reporting captures the quintessential experience of launch for many observers as a physical sonic barrage and concussive force. So echoing Cronkite's experience, Norman Mailer wrote of the launch of Apollo 11 as, quote, a thunderous murmur of Niagara's of flame roaring conceivably louder than the loudest thunders, end quote. So these thunders resulted in, quote, a poor moment of vertigo at the thought that man had now something with which to speak to God, end quote. In classic sonic history, How Early America Sounded, Richard Cullen Rath records how, for many settler colonialists, quote, thunder was the voice of God, end quote. So in Mailer, we see these thunderous resonances are subverted. It's no longer the emanation of divine judgment, but rather an expression of technical achievement. So thunderous launch speaks to rather than for providence. So launch thunderousness is often entwined with the icon of a sublime, which is Niagara. In From Earth to the Moon, Jules Verne describes obviously very speculative launch as, quote, a whole Niagara of molten metal, end quote. With a far-field community focus, a journalistic novel, If the Sun Dies, from 1965 by Oriana Felici, describes the Saturn V's testing of the first stage as, quote, perpetual bombardment and nightmare of noise and shouting. The most terrible noise comes from the Saturn, the voice of a giant that rumbles and roars like Niagara Falls in autumn. And also, this is just something that I need to look into, but this idea that there are more deaf people in Huntsville than elsewhere in the world is, something that needs to be considered, and it gives an interesting juxtaposition between those that choose to go to launches versus those that are in its vicinity. Although this is testing, as I said. Okay, with Niagara, sound intermingles with sight in impossible ways. Similarly, the experience of launch acoustics is always synesthetic. So accompanying Space Shuttle Columbia's inauguration of the Space Transportation System in 1981 was a renovated, enlarged and reinforced sound suppression system. And you can see one of its tests here. It's going down into the flame trench. Okay, where am I? Still in use, although it's been updated for the SLS. This system dumps thousands of gallons of water onto the pad at the moment of the initial 40 seconds of liftoff, dampening sonic energy into heat energy. From sound to water, iconic images of rockets wreathed in vapors visually capture a collision of different waves at the moment of their mutual evaporation. So rendering sound even more spectacular, these ground clouds, or what I'm going to call sonic clouds for the purposes of this talk, emphasize the centrality of acoustic ecologies to spaceflight and its documentation. So Leo Mark's canonical work of literary criticism, The Machine in the Garden, begins with a passage by Nathaniel Hawthorne in which the cacophonous shriek and whistle of a train mars his contemplation of the harmonious pastoral landscape. This sonic schism arbitrates the divide between bucolic ideal and industrial progress, or nature and culture, that classic divide. For Marx, mechanical sound disrupts. For audiences at launch, it becomes the locus of attention, its clouds becoming a landscape unto itself. And so that was a slide I missed. So here we go. There's the inauguration of the shuttle. And briefly, I think that we can start to draw comparisons between how cloudiness and light are being depicted here by Albert Briestadt in 19th century landscape painting, and how that then feeds into how we choose to capture and represent spaceflight technology. You can see cloudiness here is being displaced and brought onto the ground. That's where the source of light is, but there's still this sense of the sublime and the flipping and the idea of ascension as what's the word? Transcendence in some way. Anyway, so the thunders of acoustical energy and its sound, and its clouds, and the clouds of its suppression might best be understood as an outpouring of what David Nye terms the technological sublime, where sensory overload is meted out through exposure to technical processes rather than natural phenomena. So sonic clouds are frequently foregrounded by birds, you can see here, shockwaved onto the wing, as it were. In A History of the Senses, Diane Ackerman witnesses both the shuttle launch and non-human modes of sensing as, quote, birds leap into the air along with moths, dragonflies, and gnats and other winged creatures, all driven to panic by the clamour, booming, cracking, howling downwind, end quote. In a predictive environmental impact statement report from 1978, such flightiness is deemed as merely temporary, quote, no effects on wildlife are expected for short duration infrequent noise, end quote. I'm going to skip forward. So a document from 2008 dedicated to the Constellation Programme, which is now defunct, outlines how the fusion of exhaust and sound suppression water, quote, creates a wet acidic deposition that produces the majority of local environmental impacts near the launch complex, end quote. The main constituents of sonic clouds are water, carbon, aluminium, and hydrogen chloride. The size of the cloud is conditioned by the volume of sound and water released at the moment of launch, while meteorological conditions determine its spread. An overview of the environmental impacts of spaceflight launches by J.A. Dallas et al. From 2020 in part traces the path of these clouds whose, quote, near field effects can be severe due to the fallout of acidic droplets. Is that finish? Yes, okay. I'm kind of going to conclude anyway. Let me finish this bit and I'm done. Acidic droplets and alumina as it spreads across the ground. As the cloud rises and is transported by the prevailing wind, it can also have further field effects. Up to 22 kilometers has been recorded. So environmental fallout of this acidification has included large fish kills in shallow waters around the pads and possible insalubrious effects for burrowing animals that might interact with contaminated topsoil. As a response, sonic clouds are increasingly mitigated through processes of remediation as water is recollected in tanks after their deployment and neutralized before spread onto the ground around the launch pad. I had a conclusion, but I think that's enough of the conclusion. So thank you.
Chris is coming down so we can bring in Thomas in the Q&A. We were going to begin each Q&A. Oh, Chris is right here. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Cool. We were going to begin the Q&A with a question from me to everybody to try to bring it all together, but we're a little bit behind, and I'd rather hear from you than me. So I'm just going to open it up to Q&A from everybody. If you want to just introduce yourself, let us know who you are, and then address either one or several of the panelists. That would be great. And we have about 10 minutes, but I think we should go over a little bit because we want to. So people, if you have to leave at 10:30, please do, but we'll go to 10:35 or so. Any questions? Yeah.
I'm Dana. I'm Director of Washington University. Here for you later. So my question is to the whole panel. I noticed that all of these speak to not only like the geo or environmental, like territorial spatial aspect of all of these, all of your different field sites and research, but also the sensory, particularly these different aspects of the site and the ways in which technology or scientific experiments are always in excess of the sensory. So I wanted to know if you could all speak to more about this intersection and how often the sensory becomes a field in which gets ideas of control or power get operated on or through, so either speaking to this intersection or like how you feel like your work is addressing this by outlining the sensory in these very highly technical like sites.
I'm just going to repeat the question for Cyrus and Thomas. If you could hear, Yeah, she was asking about how the sensory plays a role in the science and technology that's relevant in these stories. So I'm really sort of paraphrasing here, but the idea is to talk a little bit about how the sensory is involved in these narratives. So that's the question. Okay, you guys okay? I know that's vague, but okay. So here we go. Anyone want to take it?
I could start with optics and then whoever take sound. But with Starfish Prime, I don't really speak in my larger project about sensory, but I do kind of couch Starfish Prime as a shocking event that permitted people to think of outer space as a vulnerable environment as opposed to like distant exploration. And it's come increasingly into consensus that the 1963 partial test ban treaty that banned nuclear weapons testing underwater, underground, and in the high atmosphere, that is as much a environmental protection legislation as it was an arms control legislation. And that's because I think people were so shocked by Prime. It was one of the most widely distributed tests. People all over the Pacific saw it because of its altitude and its central location Pacific. And NASA had over 200 locations and airplanes visually taking in the explosion. So the media representations of the explosion were just everywhere. And so it really made high altitude tests part of like the zeitgeist of the time. And people really understood this as like a fluid thing. So optics and the colors of it were beautiful. The people in Hawaii deliberately set up viewing parties, but then were kind of like scared once it happened. So optics, at least in this instance, is extremely important.
I'll jump in. I'm going to leave sound to you. I think you'll have much more to say. But just first of all, I have to give a tangential plug that NASA also did work on telehealth with the Tohono O'odham. So there is like a bigger story there that I don't get to because it's one of my cases. But I was fascinated by Tom's talk as well. In terms of the sensory, my broader project is on how air becomes a natural resources. And so in a way, regulating the atmosphere, which is so often overlooked or invisible or intangible, relies on the senses. So I do just dip a little bit into noise pollution and how that gets regulated and measured for this chapter. And then thinking about the Clean Air Act and air pollution, of course, has to do with visibility and haze. So those are just some examples, but I think it's a complicated and interesting question to think about how we come up with a universal for what senses are, how that gets measured, how that gets deployed. And some of the work, I haven't seen this, I work on North America, but there's, I think it's Ritter is his last name. There's a guy who works on the senses in colonial India. So thinking about colonial and imperial imposition via the senses is an important part of that literature that I haven't seen focus on US yet.
Rachel?
Thank you for that question. A bit that I had to cut out was where I was kind of thinking, why would we tell the history of spaceflight through sound? And I found some really interesting examples of, for example, Atlas technicians would go around the vehicle and tap it to check that it was the installation was sealed properly. And then if it sounded right, then the nuke could launch. And meanwhile, inside, you have people like John Glenn write about waiting to launch and listening, and each stage in the procedure, knowing what's going on. So you could hear like the creaking and whining of the different fuels being on board and so on. And so I think this gives a really useful and vivid example about how, no matter how sophisticated technology seems to become, it's still deeply embedded within this like embodied relationship that technicians have. And it might be that design engineers think that it's a flaw, but actually it's a feature that you have that relationship. And I think it also just gives us a vivid insight into the forms of like assemblage that happen around making technical structures possible that remain rooted to the physical in fascinating ways. So
I'm going to try to let Thomas and Cyrus respond if they'd like. You're both muted. I hope you could hear. I know it's tough, but did you want to address this question or wait for another one? It's up to you both.
I could say something very brief, which is just that the work of Donald Barr, the anthropologist, really did kind of bring to the fore the more kind of sensuous aspects of the villager's life, which were often used to sort of contrast with the more kind of technical specifications that NASA were giving for the provision of this solar system. So there was a kind of like juxtaposition between the feasting and the Seguro cactus wine and so on, and the kind of quite didactic provision of sewing machines and washing machines. So there, in kind of textual terms, there's a sense of that sensory aspect.
Cyrus?
Yeah, maybe to hop on that, you know, these reports from Barr that Tom summarized a bit, they're super interesting, and they show that the residents of Schulich, you know, they really had no problem with diesel generators and all of the, you know, auditory and olfactory pollution that might go with that. You know, as Tom said, they referred to the diesel power as strong energy and the solar power with its nominally less polluting valence as, you know, that thing on the other hand. So, you know, in that sense, yeah, the kind of what counts as pollution here is rather variable and context dependent.
And I just want to add that within environmental history, there's a strong literature on bodies and sort of how bodies are engaged with nature. And that can really be a way to get at these issues of sensory perception and bodily health and sort of bring in, you know, affect theory and things like that. So that literature is important. Thomas, did you want to wait or discuss that?
I'll just say something very quickly because my supervisor will want to, because he's one of the leading sensory environmental historians. I think he'll be annoyed if I don't say that. I think that in environmental history, particularly something as Professor Seneca's the Saturn craft, I think that you always have that connection, that inexorable connection between sense and environmental history. Looking specifically at the mines in Jamaica, because it is open pit, you have all of these vehicles going around, but diesel generated vehicles largely. And the biggest pollutant isn't the diesel and the emissions from those vehicles, it isn't the dust pollution, it's the noise pollution that's going on with everything else. And that's what makes the sensory arguments for the mines, that's the most compelling arguments that they have. I think it's a huge consideration that even today is still not really tackled.
I'm Lisa Brand. I'm at Caltech and the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. Thank you all. This is so much to really chew on in this panel. What struck me was that there's such a range here of materiality and ephemerality in the forms of pollution broadly, right, that you all examined in your papers. I thought it was really struck even by the last two, where we went from the finding of alumina to the cascading of alumina, right, post-launch, where the transformation of material pollution in this one moment of like creation of a rocket and launch of a rocket, So, and we have the acoustic pollution, and we have this kind of strangely ephemeral radioactive pollution, and we have even with the solar panels discussions. What this kind of led me to the question is, I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on, since this is all these have kind of temporal aspects to them, if you could reflect on the afterlives of each of these forms of pollution that you discussed today. We've talked a lot about their production and use and the moments of kind of resistance or other forms of encounters in the moment, but what happens after the moment of use, after the moment of launch, after the solar panels cease to be used or are rejected for non-renewable energy?
So Thomas and Cyrus, the question was about the afterlife of these pollutions. What happens after the stories end, but the pollution remains, right?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can go for that. So by the end of the decade, the village is connected to the utility grid, and so the photovoltaic panels are no longer necessary. And also by that point, the efficiency of photovoltaic panels has increased to the point that they're kind of defunct, and they're still kind of like used in a kind of homespun way, but they're no longer the primary source of power for the village. And I do think that, yeah, there is growing awareness that the provision of solar power at the scale that NASA were considering, I've mentioned this Cherry Hill conference, and at the scale we're considering today does involve its own environmental externalities. And one which is particularly apparent is just the modular casing that goes around a photovoltaic panel, which is normally made of plastic. And so there's quite a lot of plastic demand for when you produce a solar array.
Thank you.
I can say two things really briefly. Airspace is anomalous to the other natural air resources that I study, and it's interesting because it exists in 4 dimensions. Temporality is a part of airspace. It can be open to general aviation and closed certain times of the day. The other thing that comes to mind is sonic boom, that in a lot of these testimonies, one of the cases for kind of the psychological warfare or this aspect that Jonah and Adam were experiencing that wasn't captured was the unexpected. There's a quote that I didn't share about what happens if you're waiting for a gun to go off. So there's this interesting temporality, like it's not just that you're sitting next to a loud airport, it's that you have no idea when and if the sonic boom might rattle your house. So there's an interesting surprise aspect there that adds to the experience or unpredictability.
I was amazed they're still flying over. Yeah. If you'd like to.
Okay.
And I have a quick question too.
I think that's a great question, especially because part of what I was trying to do is think not only about this temporary landscape that's created, but how that then becomes embedded within the local environs, and this disappearance is actually dispersal. So like part of our work is to try and track and part of how I've been following this is looking at, again, environmental assessment reports and effects on alligator population around River Islands, and they have found that there are like some chemicals present within their system that shouldn't be there for them to launch. So these are some of the ways in which the longer term elements can be tracked, as opposed to the temporary classification, which has a more immediate effect. This is also going to become a larger problem with launches, right? And that's why this is what we're having. It's 1 or 2.
So I just have one last question. I'm not sure we even have time to answer it, but I'm just something to put out there. These are all case studies, and I'm interested in the scale here. So some of you went to the local, very, very local, and really looked at how local people were responding. I'm thinking of Ali and Thomas and Cyrus's paper. But very few, and some people went to the national and talked about sort of national issues. But I'm wondering how those two come together. And I'm particularly interested in how like the environmental movement, which was not mentioned at all today, I think it must have played a huge role in a lot of these stories, how that is interacting or influencing the really local. Those people, are they relying on the environmental movement? Do the Native American people feel excluded from that movement because it's really an EJ, environmental justice matter, and not really a white middle class environmentalism matter? I'm not sure how that plays out. But I also want to give people time for coffee. So if you each have maybe, if you want to respond right now really, really quickly, we can do that. Or if people have to go get coffee, you know, so that issue of scales. Or we can just go get coffee.
Just that's the question that animates the whole project for me of like, how do we separate air? So I think that over the 20th century, how you define air apart from the atmosphere resource, which kind of works really works. And then by the 20th century, you have things like clean air being used to actually regulate the atmosphere. So that's a big part of my work. And I will just say that mention the environmental movement in the movement against anti-SST as being an important part of that. That's awesome.
Let's get coffee. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. And thank you all for persevering with our technology. We've got it under control now. As you can see, we're rolling. We're going to have a smooth day and a half coming up, right? Thank you, Chris. Thanks for Cyrus and Thomas, thank you. Thanks a lot. And Cyrus, I'm sorry I didn't read your intro. Just, yeah.
Let's do it.
Right.
All right. Welcome to Extreme Environments and Cabin Ecologies. My name is Melinda Baldwin. I'm a professor of the history of science at the University of Maryland. Very excited to be here as a moderator for this session. I'm going to keep us on time. I will be timing the talks. There will be a little gentle ding when 10 minutes is up. If things get really bad, I have an air horn that I use to entertain my children. Air horn app on the phone. But hopefully we won't have to use that. Our first speaker is Jordan Bim. Jordan is a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Chicago's Institute on the Formation of Knowledge. His research focuses on the human and biological dimensions of space exploration, specifically space medicine and astrobiology. And his talk today is Simulating Life in Alien Environments, NASA and the Politics of Mars Jars. Please join me in welcoming Jordan.
All right, thank you for that introduction. So today I'm talking about NASA's work simulating environments, but not Earth's environment, other extraterrestrial environments, especially the planet Mars. At NASA, this work began in the early 1960s when astronomers, planetary scientists, and life scientists came together to form a research community they called exobiology, short for extraterrestrial biology. Exobiologists, the forebearers of present-day astrobiologists, created these simulations to understand the potential for life to exist on other planets and moons. Their simulations weren't computer-based or virtual, they were actual physical models meant to replicate the surface conditions of places like Mars. And they weren't only interested in the conditions themselves, as the name of their field suggests, exobiology. They were interested in whether any forms of life could survive inside these harsh model worlds. So with funding from NASA, biologists constructed small airtight enclosures that attempted to mimic the extreme environment on the surface of the red planet: thin air, dry soil, and frigid nights. And then they added various forms of hardy Earth life, including bacteria, yeast, and lichens, to see if any could survive. What they discovered was that some forms of microbial life could survive. So in 1965, when NASA's Mariner 4 probe returned the first flyby photographs of Mars, showing an apparently lifeless surface, exobiologists pointed to Mars, to microbes living in these microenvironments as a rationale for continuing the search for life there. And in addition to research, these experiments also were used to popularize exobiology. Carl Sagan in particular became most associated with them, including them in his famous book and TV series Cosmos. Introducing these miniature environments to millions of readers and viewers, Sagan called them Mars jars. The history of Mars jars, or Mars environmental simulators as they are called today, is the focus of my current research project, Putting Mars in a Jar. Today, I'm going to talk about NASA's use of them in the 1960s, but NASA isn't where they were first developed. My story actually begins over a decade earlier in 1950, when scientists working for the US Air Force began a sustained research program into what they called at the time astrobiology. Now, leading this program for the Air Force was a scientist named Hubertus Strughold. During World War II, Strughold was the head of the Luftwaffe's Aviation Medicine Research Institute, and despite connections to lethal experiments on concentration camp prisoners, he was recruited to the US as part of Operation Paperclip. Strughold is better known for his work in space medicine, the field devoted to selecting and protecting astronauts, but he was also very interested in the types of environments that future Air Force astronauts might visit, especially Mars. So in 1953, he published the first book about extraterrestrial life written by a biologist or a life scientist called The Green and Red Planet. And in early 1957, he organized the first astrobiology symposium. But his most lasting contribution was inventing the Mars jar experiment. Starting with a jar in his kitchen, Strughold eventually scaled up the experiment at an Air Force microbiology laboratory in 1956, which we can see here. But Air Force scientists weren't animated by the big existential questions we associate with modern astrobiology, like, are we alone? What is our place in the cosmos? What is the origin of life? Instead, they wanted to know if life was found on Mars, could it be used as a resource to support a base there? Now, until now, Strughold's Air Force astrobiology program hasn't been substantially included in histories of the field. Existing histories of astrobiology are essentially histories of NASA exobiology, a research community organized by Nobel Prize-winning biologist Joshua Lederberg in 1959. Now, this gives astrobiology an origin story rooted in academic biology and a space-age periodization that neatly aligns with the launch of Sputnik. My project reconnects this nearly forgotten military program to NASA exobiology by following the Mars jars. The rest of my talk focuses on the NASA part of the story, but this is how it fits into the larger project. So even though NASA exobiologists distanced themselves from Strughold and the military, they did adopt his Mars jar experiment. In 1962, Lederberg and Sagan co-authored an article titled Microenvironments for Life on Mars. But rather than military operations, they were interested in doing science on Mars. Could a future NASA lander contaminate Mars with terrestrial microbes? This worry, known as forward contamination, was one of Lederberg's driving concerns. Mars jars also informed their plan to search for life. Where might they find it and what might it be like? Soon afterwards, NASA granted research contracts to scientists at 2 private institutions to conduct more advanced versions of the Mars jar experiments. One NASA contract went to E.J. Harlovich at the IIT Research Institute in Chicago, and the other went to Sanford Siegel at the Union Carbide Corporation in Tarrytown, New York. Both scientists published a string of articles about the viability of various microbes, plants, and even some animals under an array of simulated extreme and unusual environmental conditions, ranging from precise replicas of Mars to partial Mars conditions to other airless or toxic concoctions. At the IIT Research Institute in Chicago, E.J. Harlovich stated that their animating concern was spacecraft sterilization and preventing the forward contamination of Mars. The fear was that microbes might survive and thrive on Mars, forever confounding the search for life there. But he also notes that Mars jars served as models for what life might actually be like that exists on Mars already. Their first experiments, conducted in 1963, involved replicating the Martian atmosphere and soil in a series of test tubes. They then introduced a type of bacteria called Bacillus subtilis, a common model organism. They then found that since it survived, quote, contamination of extraterrestrial space and planets is possible, which bolstered the case for sterilizing spacecraft. Moving beyond test tubes, IIT Research Institute soon completed construction of a larger Mars chamber. This larger version of a Mars jar was used for experiments to determine the minimum number of microorganisms required for contamination to take place. There is more information about Sanford Siegel's work at Union Carbide. Siegel conducted Mars jar experiments both in actual jars, as seen here, but also in a rectangular box-shaped enclosure he called Mars Simulator 2. Siegel and his colleagues tested the limits of microbe survival, but also the viability of plants and even amphibians like frogs and turtles in all sorts of simulated extreme environments, often described as Mars-like for low temperature, low pressure, and low oxygen. Siegel's concern seems to have been not about contamination, but rather what kinds of life might exist out there on Mars and beyond. In a 1963 article published in Nature, he concluded that, quote, whatever environments may be encountered during future exploration of the solar system, there is every prospect that those which are not too extreme relative to Earth, for example, those expected on Mars, may well support forms of life that we could recognize readily. And here we can see Siegel's work popularized in a long-running science comic strip called Frontiers of Science. There's more to this story, obviously, than I have time to share today, but the idea I'd like to highlight for this symposium is that each tiny simulated environment contains a grand vision for space exploration. Each simulation supports a larger plan for the real thing. For example, the earliest Air Force Mars jars imagine Mars as a military domain for Cold War strategic operations. But in the hands of NASA exobiologists like Harlovich and Siegel, Mars was reimagined as a place for scientific research and exploration, specifically a place to search for and study biology. Looking closely at these NASA-funded simulations, we can see that they modeled both successful life detection events and failed planetary protection events. These simulations framed the planet as both an abode of life and as a special scientific preserve under threat. So when we look at simulations of space environments, whether they are in a jar or out in nature at a sprawling analog site or in a computer, we must use this historical perspective to understand the plan inherent in each. And the big takeaway here is that there's always more in a Mars jar than a combination of harsh conditions and hardy life. There is a particular plan or approach to that environment that is never neutral. So consider this. How would we feel if aliens showed up with a set of Earth jars? We would feel threatened because we know what they represent. Mars jars aren't merely designs of Mars, they are designs on Mars. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. The images here are just amazing.
There we are.
All right, our next speaker is Vida Pivo. She is a postdoctoral scholar at the Michigan Society of Fellows and an assistant professor of architecture at the Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning at the University of Michigan. Her current project, A World Cast in Concrete, How the US Built Its Empire, weaves together two stories: how the US cement and concrete industries expanded their material and technological reach, and how the material itself became a tool for spreading US cultural values and racial politics. This research has been supported with fellowships and grants from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, the ACLS, the National Science Foundation, the National Academies of Sciences, the Smithsonian Institution, the Hagley Library and Museum, and George Washington University. Vida's articles have appeared in the Journal of the Society of Architectural Historians, the Journal of Architectural Education, and a host of popular outlets, including Psyche, Humanities, Platform, Metropole, Gotham, and SAH Archipedia. Please join me in welcoming Vida.
Such a pleasure to be here back in my hometown. Really nice to see folks from all over the place. So, you know, as you heard, my entry into the study of politics of building in outer space was really indirect and kind of accidental. You know, I was conducting research on concrete and empire at the Portland Cement Association, which is the industry's trade organization located in Skokie, Illinois, when I came by this very strange document. So this publication was titled New Ways with Concrete, and it was published in Civil Engineering in May of 1985. The work really centered on the research of scientist T.D. Lin, or Trung-Ju Lin, who argued that concrete was the most optimal material for building in outer space. So this idea was a bit nuts, and perhaps because of this absurdity, it spread like fire. So Lin was interviewed by television and radio stations across the United States and overseas. Also on the list were a handful of outlets in Taiwan and China. So part of this was due to the fact that Lin had immigrated to the US in the 1960s and became a kind of local hero in the Taiwanese scientific community for years to come. And so it was not only the general public that was surprised and a little bit skeptical of Lin's idea. The scientist really described the reception he received from NASA. So this is a quote. He said, "When I mentioned to Robert Reed, the director of the Space Station Division of NASA in Houston, that a concrete space station could be built in outer space with materials from the moon, all he did was raise his eyebrows and ask, 'Can that be possible?'" End quote. So the reasons why building in outer space with concrete is a very bizarre concept is because when we think of concrete, we really think about this. And so many of you will recognize this building in Washington, DC. This is the FBI headquarters, constructed in concrete in 1965. So obviously concrete is heavy and massive and opaque. It's not really like representative of kind of values of openness and ethics of sharing. So why would we want this in outer space, and how would this even happen? But really what Lin understood, having worked with concrete construction, specifically in highways in Tennessee for many, many years, was that concrete is not really a material, but a recipe. So it consists primarily of rock or aggregates, 60 to 75%, with added cement, which is only 7 to 15%, and then water and air. So workers, for example, frequently compare concrete to a fruitcake, where cement is the flour, aggregate is the fruit and the nuts, and the completed mixture is baked together into a loaf. And that's what basically happens when you mix cement with water. It begins to heat up and harden. So Lin therefore imagined that concrete as a recipe could be reinvented and reimagined in the context of zero gravity. So Lin applied to NASA to receive a moon dust sample, and the institution approved his request. And so here's a photograph of the 40 grams of moon dust that Lin received in 1986. American astronauts collected the sample as part of the Apollo 16 mission to the moon in 1972. Douglas P. Blanchard, the curator of astromaterials at NASA, delivered the specimen to Lin in Skokie. This was a big deal for NASA because Only about 2% of the material was slated to be used and essentially destroyed in research. Lynn planned to pour two 1-inch cubes to test the viability of lunar concrete in extreme climatic conditions, predicting that the resulting concrete would be at least 5% stronger than its counterpart on Earth. Part of this strength would come from the soil itself. So lunar dirt was nothing like dirt on Earth because it had not been exposed to air, water, or oxygen. So in other words, lunar soil maintained the physical properties it had when the moon was created 4.6 billion years ago. Lynn argued that concrete could be used to build infrastructure necessary for colonizing the moon and other planets, using the medium to build everything from roads and housing to entire factories. If the concrete recipe could be improved to increase the material strength, it would be ideal for the extreme environments of outer space, which include extensive radiation, solar wind, micrometeoroids, and temperature extremes. So Lynn's employer, the Construction Technology Laboratories, which is part of the Portland Cement Association, created this really elaborate press conference to celebrate and kind of announce this good news. Scores of scientists, mostly white men dressed in casual high-waisted blue jeans, came to peek and even take photographs of this tiny mound of dust encased in a glass pyramid that echoed the Louvre in Paris. And I've done research with the family, and I have his personal documents, and there's a video of this entire conference, which is, I wish I could show this to you, but it's amazing. So Lynn, who due to his ethnic background and race had been relegated to the kind of periphery of concrete research, became the center of attention with this new concrete space construction project. And so this kind of headshot really illustrates this sort of centrality. So as part of the conference, Lynn delivered a meticulously prepared speech that framed this concrete experiment as an entirely new phase of space colonization. So tellingly, he said, quote, "I feel like I have the moon in my hands. This test program will provide the first stepping stone to the concrete industry in space. In my judgment, concrete will pave the foundation, pun intended, of future space colonization, of which the United States is asking for international cooperation," end quote. So he's really putting US kind of at the forefront. In his speech, Lynn also referenced Ronald Reagan's call for private sector investment. Lynn argued, quote, "The Construction Technology Laboratories, a division of the Portland Cement Association, is responding to that call. Nevertheless, we suggest that our government take the driver's seat in this important research program. Together, America will reach the stars," end quote. And that was kind of the end of the speech. But it wasn't just Reagan's speech that was on Lynn's mind. He was also responding to the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, which took place just several months prior to the press conference. So on January 28th, the spacecraft broke apart 73 seconds into the flight due to a failure of 2 of the seals, killing all 7 of the crew members. The incident was the first of its kind and was widely observed by the general public. And I think the material kind of failures were really on Lynn's mind. And sort of the idea that concrete as a permanent hard material could really solve these kinds of future issues was really what he was thinking about. So the Challenger disaster, along with Reagan's call for reducing public expenditures, put NASA on the defensive. And so it really made perfect sense for the institution to look for industry partnerships and the concrete industry as being a key one. So Lynn proposed a plan to, one, construct a solar-powered orbiting cement plant, which would manufacture the key binding agent. But really, like, the more notable project was this concrete base, which was shaped, quote, like a wheel of cheese, quote. So Lynn argued that approximately 250 tons of steel and 12,200 tons of concrete would be needed for the construction of this project. The concrete would require approximately 1,500 tons of cement and 490 tons of water. But this could be the kind of visual representation. So even though Lynn's project obviously never came into fruition, he did participate and kind of in a really meaningful way in this broader effort of imagining place in outer space. So here I'm definitely in conversation with Lisa Messeri's book, Place in Outer Space. But I'm really curious about how understanding place is a design project, and architects will definitely be at the sort of, will push that perspective that place does not exist, we design it. So Architects were kind of key for bringing these materials in this extraterrestrial context and giving it new purpose. So here we saw this image before, and it's kind of, it's a more recent iteration of materiality in outer space. So New York-based space company AI Space Factory participated in NASA's 3D printed extraterrestrial habitats challenge held in 2019. So its ambition was to create more sustainable forms of construction that address concrete's contributions to climate change. So according to now very well-known statistics, concrete is a major polluter. It's the second most consumed material on Earth after water, and it contributes to environmental damage more than trucking and aviation industries. So AI Space Factory therefore employed recyclable composite made from basaltic fibers and bioplastics derived from plant starch. Heated to about 350 degrees Fahrenheit, the substance cools and sets in about 5 minutes. At the end of the building's life cycle, the material can be recycled or even composted, which, with concrete is not recycled, so it just ends up in a landfill. So this is a major innovation. Other similar research examines how plant-based organic proteins might serve as a replacement for cement as the key binding agent, both in outer space construction and on Earth. So while these designs present much more attractive futures in outer space than Lynn's wheel of cheese, they fail to address some broader issues of kind of labor and capitalism at large. And so this is part of the competition. The image on the left is the experiment for building with 3D printers. So how will these 3D printers and other robotic construction technologies find new applications on Earth? How will their manufacturing use generate new forms of pollution and environmental waste? And finally, how will these new forms of housing shape habitation in earthly and extraterrestrial environments alike? So if you're interested in engaging with these questions, keep an eye out for AI Space Factory's earthly analogs, which this one will be available on Airbnb in the coming years. So thanks so much.
All right, well, I'm switching over to Daniela's talk. Everyone go visit Airbnb, see if those are up yet. Let's see. Space B&B. All right, our next speaker is presenting virtually, although I believe I saw her already on Zoom. So Daniela, hi, thank you so much for joining us. Daniela McCahey is an assistant professor at Texas Tech University. She teaches classes on British history and the history of science. Her research addresses the history of science in Antarctica. And today she's going to be talking to us about a model for extraterrestrial settlements, Antarctic environments as an analog for space.
It's well acknowledged that Antarctica is perceived by many as an analog for outer space. A screenshot from NASA's website draws attention to the Human Research Program, which studies the effect of space on human health and conducts much of its research at the United States Antarctic Program facilities in Antarctica, since, quote, NASA scientists have determined that Antarctica's climate, terrain, temperature, and degree of isolation provide an environment that most closely parallels the condition of isolation and stress that are likely to be faced on long-duration human missions in space, end quote. Similarly, NASA engineers regularly plan for usage in extraterrestrial environments. You can see some examples here, such as these undersea rovers, one from the early 90s and one from 2020. This inflatable building tested as a lunar habitat in Antarctica about 15 years ago, and this spacesuit planned for Mars tested about a decade ago. We also see cultural comparisons with science fiction, such as Aliens versus Predators or John Carpenter's The Thing, making explicit connections between space and polar atmospheres. And I'm not going to go on this further, but I would also refer you to the work of Jean de Pomeroy at the Scott Polar Research Institute, who's been recently working through a variation of this idea, that Antarctic environments are believed to be especially important for the study of extraterrestrial environments, sort of a gateway to another world, which you can see with recent investments around the world on increasingly larger and more sensitive telescopes, the importance of the Antarctic ice fields as hunting grounds for meteorites, and the construction of neutrino detectors in the ice beneath the South Pole. But the idea that Antarctica serves as a useful analog for space exploration is an interesting thought. Both are extreme and dangerous environments. In both, it's impossible, at the moment anyway, for humans to survive long without immense logistical support systems. Both NASA and the United States Antarctic Program are civilian spaces, to reference Valerie Olson, spaces where the military is integral to their success, but theoretically managed by civilian scientists and engineers. Both Antarctica and outer space are governed by international treaties produced during some of the tensest moments of the Cold War. Both Antarctica and outer space have been specifically male-dominated and constructed as places better suited to men, and as such have had fraught integration periods. However, in many ways, the comparisons stop there. Most obviously, Antarctica is on Earth. It's about 9% of the landmass on Earth, fully equipped with gravity and breathable air. Antarctica has rich biodiversity, one which is still being exploited by humans. McMurdo Station has a population of over 1,000 people in the austral summer, and given the region's size and not totally uniform geography, many areas on the Antarctic Peninsula have a relatively mild climate, seeing tens of thousands of tourists every summer. Additionally, there are many other areas on Earth that can and have been used as analogs for space, being extreme environments and historically uninhabited, like some deserts, the ocean, and the high Arctic. Yet Antarctica is often singled out as special. So where does this idea come from? For the remainder of the paper, I'm going to draw out a few specific examples from the history of Antarctica when scientists in the region drew ties to how their work could help with the settlement, dare I say, colonization of space in the same way that they were currently settling, dare I say, colonizing the Antarctic. Let's look at the origins of the United States Antarctic Program, which in many ways has shared characteristics with the origins of NASA, expounded upon at length in James Spiller's book, Frontiers for an American Century. NASA was born in 1958 as a consolidation of various military and civilian research organizations in the aftermath of the International Geophysical Year, during which the launching of Sputnik began the space race. In Antarctica, while there had been 4 American expeditions led by the explorer Richard Byrd earlier in the 20th century, it wasn't until plans were underway for the International Geophysical Year that the National Science Foundation and the United Navy worked together on Operation Deep Freeze to establish a major scientific and operational presence in the region beginning in 1955. Antarctica had its own version of a Cold War race as well, as the United States established a base on the geographic South Pole, and the Soviets countered with one both at the magnetic South Pole and another at the pole of inaccessibility, the point in Antarctica furthest from the ocean. And during the IGY, many comparisons were drawn at the time between Antarctica and space in terms of their unknowability. An oft-repeated phrase among journalists in this period was that we know more about the geography of the moon than that of Antarctica. Just like the permanence of limited human occupation in Antarctica grew in scale alongside the development of the space program in the 1960s and 70s, it became increasingly convenient to see the Antarctic as a model for the potential settlement of space. Already in 1968, JPL soil scientist Roy Cameron noted that the Antarctic soil ecosystem provides a useful model and preparation for the search for extraterrestrial life and the establishment of manned bases in an extraterrestrial environment. In a 1970 public lecture at Caltech, he similarly described how Antarctic environments could reveal keys to life on Mars. He suggested that the Antarctic environment holds keys to space settlement because, quote, Antarctica affords an approach to a possible model of Martian ecology. Mars is an extreme kind of desert, and so is Antarctica, with its barren windswept valleys, mountains, and extremely low temperatures and precipitation. He wasn't the only one to make this suggestion. In fact, in 1976, microbiologist Friedman and Rosalie Ocampo-Friedman suggested, based on their work on endolithic extremophiles in the McMurdo Dry Valleys, that their work had implications for the possibility of life on Mars. This paper, published in Science, was cited by NASA when the Viking 1 spacecraft touched down on Mars on July 20th, 1976. By 1995, and suggested that these organisms could be used for colonization of the Martian surface as a pioneer organism in initial stages of terraformation, potentially leading to large-scale Martian farming technologies. In 1988, American engineer Sadler proposed building hydroponic greenhouses at both McMurdo Station and the South Pole, a project which commenced the next year. By 1994, NASA has become interested in the techniques we are developing in hopes that our efforts can serve as a model for colonization projects on the Moon or Mars. In 2004, the National Science Foundation and the University of Arizona collaborated to build the South Pole Food Growth Chamber, which would rely on closed environment agriculture. According to its architects, this facility provided an analog on Earth for some of the issues that will arise when food production is moved to space habitations. Of course, the Antarctic environment is more forgiving than the environments of the Moon or Mars. It is, however, the closest analog the surface of the Earth provides. In 2018, an international collaboration led by the German Aerospace Center launched the Antarctic Greenhouse Project Eden ISS, meant to mimic conditions on the International Space Station. University of Florida scientists affiliated with this Antarctic facility successfully grew plants using lunar soil back in May of this year, mimicking over a century of attempts to grow plants in Antarctica and grow plants using Antarctic soils. I think I've clearly demonstrated that the Antarctic environments have historically been used by scientists as at least a rhetorical analog for space. But the question of why remains. Is it because of the similarity of circumstances regarding the birth of NASA and the birth of the US Antarctic program? Is it because both are extreme environments, though of course there are many other such extreme environments on Earth? I would like to end by pointing to the somewhat more romantic narratives of Antarctica, which historically and for centuries have presented the Antarctic regions as otherworldly, alien, and wilderness-like. This characterization goes back to Cook's expeditions in the 18th century. But I this conception and wonder if this analog between polar regions and space, Antarctica as being not of this world, has done harm, as today global issues such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and the hole in the ozone, many discoveries made in fact by collaborations between NASA and various national Antarctic programs, remind us pretty starkly that Antarctic environments are indeed of this world. And using Antarctic settlements to practice for space settlements doesn't bode well for the environmental health of space environments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniela. Our final speaker today is David Munns from John Jay College, and I'm going to get his slides playing. David is a professor of history and until recently the head of the department at the John Jay College of the City University of New York. His work encompasses the history of modern life and physical sciences and technology, environmental history, Anthropocene studies, and waste studies. His talk today comes from his third book, Far Beyond the Moon, A History of Life Support Systems in the Space Age, which he co-authored with Karen Nicholson. It also grew from his previous book, Engineering the Environment, Phytotrons and the Quest to Control Climate in the Cold War. And from his first book, A Single Sky, The Forging of the International Radio Astronomy Community. He is the creator of the website www.worldoftrons.com that collects the story of trons. This year also marks the teaching of his 150th college class. So David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all. It's quite a milestone, actually, when I added them all up. Horrendous.
I'm going to be talking a lot about shit. Okay. An excremental history of the space age is argued one that to achieve life among the stars always ironically meant serving the down-to-earth problems of waste management. I want to show how bodily wastes, urine, feces, sweat, became understood and deployed as nutrients in the attempts to build the first space stations, interplanetary spaceships, and ultimately the proposals for lunar and Martian colonies, of which we are hearing a lot about today. It's all very exciting. For decades, Soviet scientists and engineers, as much as their American counterparts, ambitiously dreamed that if sanitary systems could be perfected to return fully waste products as food, water, and air, that, quote, humanity could truly and biologically tear ourselves away from the Earth's biosphere. They discovered what now remains still the purview of science fiction, really. Everything is different in a closed system, as Kim Stanley Robinson tells us. Trumpeted as the solution to live in space has been America's modern food industry that famously dehydrated and placed food into tubes for the astronauts to consume and made the world of Tang. Yet to space biologists, food intake was only half the problem. The other half involved waste output, the larger real problem of the closure of material and energy loops in the system. Thus unexpectedly, for space and environmental historians, waste management became the subject of well-funded science and engineering projects in the late 1950s and throughout the 1960s, both within NASA for its military-industrial complexes and, of course, the parallel Soviet program during the space race. Almost certainly, the Soviet program is much larger, much more interesting, and much more opaque, and no one can figure out how to even get in the archive, but I leave that as a challenge to other people. We had a brief chapter on the Soviet program, but it requires just an unbelievable more amount of work. One day, someone will do that. The major technological and scientific challenge of the space age was to close the loop to return waste as air, food, and water, which of course proved to be as much a social and cultural challenge as an engineering one. Now all but forgotten. Decades of work by space scientists and engineers, sanitary engineers, plant physiologists, and nutritionists all struggled to master even one elementary cycle using humans and algae to feed the other's air and nutrients. Algae were ready-made solutions to waste management, both on Earth and in space, because algae digested one of the products excreted by humans, namely CO2, but also then itself conveniently excreted O2. And perhaps even the algae growth itself could be consumed as protein and carbohydrates. Algae formed the heart of a new inventions like the algatron and the recyclostat that you gotta love the 1960s, that their inventors hoped would sustain humanity in space. In engineering and techno-ecological systems to live in space, American and Soviet life sciences engineers appreciated as early as the 1960s that there is no waste in a closed environment, only nutrients beginning their next journeys through cycles. So this really questions what people are meaning as waste and nutrient. There is no such thing as pollution in a closed system. It's just something else that we're having to live with. Planning their planet ships, as the evocative Soviet label for an interplanetary spacecraft said, to travel into orbit, the moon, one day to Mars, the Soviets understood that the space vehicle as a whole was a miniature ecosystem. Even more than the Americans, the Soviets moved towards integrating their cosmonauts into bioregenerative cybernetic systems. They had German Titov, the second time he's been mentioned in this conference, explained because, quote, no spaceman truly leaves the Earth. He must carry vital portions of it with him. Ideas about the future space station, Mars colonies, generation ships traveling to exoplanet 1 were already postmodern. They did not solely privilege humans, but sought to interconnect plants, animals, and environments into cybernetic techno-like support networks. While the first and single occupant of the Soviet BIOS-1 experiment stayed inside for only a few days, later BIOS-2 and 3 experiments from starting in 1972 would see cosmonaut volunteers, both male and female, stay for months or even a full year in the most extreme example, locked inside a closed environment, feeding off their own wastes. As they built their first space station, Skylab and planned the second, Freedom. Only the Americans could name it Freedom. The Americans labored to catch up. Yet only now in the International Space Station is anything like living in space slowly becoming a reality nearly 60 years after it was first considered a necessity. The space age revealed a new awareness of environments, not via saving charismatic megafauna like old forests or, Homo sapiens, but through wastes, through disease, through shit, through germs. My favorite exemplar was presented to NASA in April of 1966. It came from William Oswald and Clarence Goliker of the Sanitary Engineering Department of the University of California, Berkeley. Culmination of about 8 years' work, the device was called the Algatron, and it used living algae to recycle human waste back as water and air. It seemed impossible to Oswald that any space program could send anyone to the moon or Mars without a proper waste recovery system. Pointedly, he specifically criticized NASA for adopting the, quote, startling do-it-yourself processes as the handling of feces with a specially constructed glove, which is, of course, precisely what every Gemini and Apollo astronaut did, and a couple of space shuttle missions as well when the toilet broke down. The essential problem was that the human component of the closed system consumed energy and produced all manner of waste. In addition to solid feces, the pair noted, humans excrete liquids including urine, perspiration, skin oils, nasal mucus, sputum, saliva, tears, and semen. This is the eventual fecal bag from Apollo 11 and the really 1960s faux golf pant demonstration model that no one knows who it is, evidently. No one knows who the person is demonstrating the fecal bag, that one of the great NASA mysteries. And of course, this is the actual thing on display at the Air and Space Museum, one of the most requested exhibitions. One aspect of an excremental history of the space age has been astronauts bravely facing their own waste. Again, we've heard a little about gender dynamics, and this is where that comes in. Astronauts have regaled audiences for years with stories about defecation in space, consciously playing with the notion that this, more than anything else, demythologizes the entire endeavor. It really brings it down to earth when you have to shit in space. Speaking at the end of a day of interviews in 1976 with Peter Warshall of the Whole Earth Catalog, Rusty Swikert described how, quote, in Apollo, for feces, you just stack the plastic bag on your butt, and then you go ahead and take a crap. And I can't do Swikert's accent. And then to peel off, the problem is to peel off the bag and make sure that everything stays within the bag and then gets all wiped off. It's basically a 1-hour procedure. And when you look up Apollo mission logs, there are these 1-hour blank blocks, which is where they were taking a crap, which was erased in the official thing because you don't want to talk about that kind of thing. This is also 1976 is the first time anyone had actually basically asked, everyone asked the question, this is the first time anyone had given a real answer in a public forum. This is where it was made sort of public for the first time. Beyond these Boise mentions, however, the topic of space sanitation generally does not find its way into academic, who don't like talking about this kind of thing either, or popular descriptions of space journeys, but is really relegated to books aimed for children, for whom it remains, every single astronaut tells us, the first question that every astronaut gets asked, okay? There is an enormous disjuncture between the way we as academics and adults talk about this stuff and the way in which the Boise astronauts and children talk about this stuff. It's not really their problem, it's really our problem. They show that, and indeed, the fundamental truth about life among the stars is that the space toilet remains quite literally, quote, the most important piece of equipment to master, as astronaut Scott Kelly said when he arrived at the International Space Station for his full year in 2015. Everything else is secondary. Okay. Oswald and Gulliker understood the algatron because, of course, then it went larger still. This is now the third version of the Saturn V rocket. I guess I will be seeing a lot at this conference. The algatron was a miniature version of the grand scale terrestrial system. The algatron system itself, counter-rotating drums, was supposed to go in here. This is where it was going to go. This, you might see, these are two white mice. They're living on their own expiration and feces, which are dropping down into the algae system, which then is regenerating air up. They lived for about 200 days. This is a cooling system at the top. The algatron was a miniature version of the grand scale terrestrial ecological system of which we are a part, he said, in that the basic principles of the two systems are really the same, only the size and variety of their constituents matter. Their system was aimed at consciously creating as an analog the interrelated existence of all life on Earth. And then subsequently, Boeing also developed this system. These are the Boeing fecal tanks, which the Boeing director had, no one quite knows, could be his wife, could just be the girlfriend, could be somebody, baked into algae cupcakes. So his own feces are being baked into algae cupcakes, which are being regenerated back into the things. At graduation ceremonies at Berkeley, I am reliably informed, Oswald would hand out baked cupcakes to his new graduate students, and there'll be little pieces of corn. And when the graduate student commented on this, he would say, oh, that must just be from the last journey through. Yeah. Gotta love sanitary engineers. And then there was a McDonnell Douglas. This was 1971. This was the 90-day space stimulator. This actually succeeded. It had a it actually had a nuclear power source, but the astronaut crew lived inside for 90 days perfectly happily, no major problems of anything, and they used recycled waste. And then the whole thing was shut down and promptly forgotten, basically forever. This is the new book. That's some cans of shit, which I would talk about in contrast to this, which are also cans of shit. Thank you very much. Carl Sagan in cartoons. The third mention of Carl Sagan today, too.
Yes, please do, Dave. Thank you. And I can say, as the mother of a 6-year-old, I'm 100% sure that if an astronaut came to present at my son's school, the first question he or she would get is, how do you poop in space? All right. I'm going to try to get the Zoom window up here. Oh, don't see our participants. Here they are. Okay. I've been told to put up the break slide as well. All right. So as the moderator, I get to ask the first question, and I'm going to try to address it to all of the papers. So all of these talks address in some way the creation of an environment. It's either one that's meant to mimic space, like the Mars jars, or it's one that's supposed to be built in space, like the systems for waste recycling or the concrete. What have been the major challenges of studying or designing space environments from our location here on Earth? Because there's sort of this fundamental tension in all of the papers. Antarctica is not space. A jar is not Mars. You can't actually try out building concrete on the moon. So what have been the major challenges of designing these environments from our location here on Earth? And how do scientists establish legitimacy for their conclusions about their space environments? How do you convince people that you can say something about Mars based on what's happening in a jar, for example?
Well, I will maybe take that. One of the biggest challenges, of course, was what are the actual environmental properties of the surface of Mars? And that was an open question well before they started try to make Mars jars. So the first Mars jars actually got the atmosphere wrong. They were mostly nitrogen. And then, of course, as we got better measurements of the Martian surface, they were able to mimic that those readings as well. But for legitimacy's sake, I mean, they would publish in like journals like Nature and Science to like give those findings some legitimacy that way. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, thanks for the question. So the key issue with concrete research on Earth and in outer space is the curing process. So basically, when you mix all of these things together, it's always kind of unpredictable because it's like concrete has this kind of agency. It does what it wants to do. And so we can research it and test it, but it really depends on like what the ingredients are, what the recipe entails. And so the challenge is figuring out how concrete will settle in outer space. So in 2020, NASA astronauts poured the first sample of concrete in the International Space Station. So we're coming closer to making this a reality, yeah. And yeah, they saw that basically like when they cut the concrete sample open, you know, the curing process is a bit different. So there are more bubbles, which make the concrete actually weaker, but they're distributed more evenly. So, you know, we'll have to do more pours to see what that means for kind of structural purposes, you know, but so there is a kind of difference in terms of how the mixture itself behaves in different environments, and, you know, it's all dependent. So, yeah.
Fascinating.
Can you all like hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the like what was the sort of rhetoric people used and sort of like how did they gain legitimacy? What's crazy is, and I haven't had a chance to do any archival work on this. This was kind of like a side thing. I have looked at a lot of printed material on this though, is so far I haven't been able to find anyone who questions the use of Antarctica as an analog. When people say, oh, Antarctica is the closest thing to space, people are like, well, of course. And I wonder if it's because of how Antarctica for much of the 20th century, in the same period when NASA was kind of, pardon the pun, like launching itself and everything, was the fact that Antarctica had been really not explored much. The kind of modern Antarctic research program comes out of the International Geophysical Year. And so when people who were building up these programs in the 60s and 70s, even though this rhetoric still continues today, but when it was first being sort of built up, these spaces were connected in the sense that they were both extreme, unexplored, you know, sites that humans were making small incursions on, and in the case of Antarctica, like conquering. So of course, space is next. And I just wonder, I mean, maybe in the archives, there's stuff where people are like questioning this sort of analog relationship, but like from what I've been able to find, everyone is just like, well, obviously, Antarctica is just like space.
It's fascinating that there's not more of a leap between here on Earth and out in space. I might ask you more about that later, but David.
Oh, my only reaction is that the legitimacy is mostly come around military industrial contractors are willing to take on these contracts, and so therefore they gain legitimacy. But what happens within those projects, the one on Douglas, one on Boeing, is that while the human is seen as the center of the project initially, what happens as they do the waste studies is the human becomes one of only a component, that in fact they delegitimate. Irony of this is palpable. The military industrial complex delegitimates the importance of the human in an ecological system in the 1960s. And this doesn't go anywhere. This all dies in like 1971 at exactly the moment when, in fact, the Earth movement is attempting desperately to make this argument, but they can't either because they're making arguments about charismatic megafauna, but the military industrial complex has already done a lot of this work, but they categorically refuse to engage with them at all. And so you actually get this sort of competing legitimacy of who gets to speak to ecosystems. So it's pretty interesting.
Oh, one final point I can make about legitimacy is that the Mars jar was actually a response to a legitimacy crisis in exobiology, which was the fact that they were criticized as a science without a subject. So when you lack your animating object of study, what do? You try and find something else you can study that can take its place. So that was sort of already there. Another move that they made to gain legitimacy was to attach these models explicitly to larger projects, the militarization of Mars on one hand, the exploration of Mars for life.
Thank you. All right, questions from the room. Yes, please.
Jonathan Coopersmith, A&M. Fascinated by the early military origins of the Mars jar. And I'm wondering if you see something similar in military interest in sending astronauts into space. This is all a civilian.
No, civilians don't know anything. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just like Jordan, because we've talked about this, is the military. This Oswald and Gallagher's first contracts are actually by the Air Force as early as 1958. All about these sort of organic waste recycling systems, because the Air Force is also doing a lot of the early work on those kinds of things. And indeed, Oswald and Gallagher attempt to civilianize it by making it an algatron. The comparative example, the recyclostat, which is formed by Krauss, an ecologist, doesn't go anywhere because an ecologist doesn't know anything. And so the problem is that the only people who know stuff are within the military industrial complex. And so it's this kind of contractual work, which is really done as right from the start.
Oh, I'll say something about that too. I actually have another project that looks at the early history of military space medicine. And there were early experiments using a device called a space cabin simulator, where they would put young airmen inside of a small enclosed environment for periods of a week, sometimes multiple weeks, without any contact with the outside world. So if you find me later on, I can send you a link to that publication.
Speaking of medicine, how did biological hazards of these experiments, like like the fact that there's bacterium and E. coli and these types of questions, were they even addressed at all, or ignored, or what?
No, this ultimately becomes the problem. So originally, and this is the fun part, this is all from Mary Roach, so her book on space medicine. When you poop into the bag in Apollo 11, you actually have to put in an antibacterial agent, and then you have to massage it through your own feces before you seal it and put it away for return to Earth. So just think about that for a moment. This kind of how we deal with our own bodily waste is one of the problems. It becomes a lot more earthy when you go into space because you have to deal with it. But the bacteriological problems are one of those things, though in reality you sort of live with what you have because it's a closed environment. So you sort of live with what you've got. They also, it's more difficult to sort of break down the algae to make it back into some sort of digestible problem. That's actually the problem that they're having. The medical side wasn't as significant at the time. That eating algae is actually pretty hard to do. And powering the whole thing.
So I don't think the question was addressed to me specifically, but I have something I could say about the sort of idea of waste in Antarctica, and which is that historically through the 20th century, for the first more than half of the 20th century, people weren't really concerned about just pollution or throwing trash. I mean, you read these early accounts of expeditions, and I don't even mean during the heroic age. I mean in the 50s and 60s, and people just throw their garbage on the ground everywhere, up through the 70s. Alessandro Antonello at Flinders University has a book called The Greening of Antarctica, where he talks about the sort of diplomatic process in which scientists and politicians develop the idea that an Antarctic environment should be protected. But dealing with biological waste it has become more and more of an issue. And I talked about, for example, attempts to grow stuff using Antarctic soils and these things that people were doing in the 60s and 70s. In 1991, what's called the Madrid Protocol, the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty, forbade the bringing in, for example, of the use of soil to grow plants in Antarctica, for instance, and because they were worried, in theory, about biologically contaminating the area. The removal of dogs had been really common in the Antarctic before. The removal of dogs was necessitated by this as well in the 90s. And now more and more people are talking about packing out waste. They'll pack out their like fecal waste, but they will leave their urine. But sometimes they'll also pack that out. And there's a sort of an interesting, if we want to talk about colonialism, phenomenon of pea flags, which considering the history of flag planting, both in outer space and in Antarctica, they plant flags and then pee on them. And there's something, I think, about peeing on your territory that could be explored there. But biological contamination is a really big thing in terms of thinking about Antarctic environments. But for some reason, it's occurred to no one that like maybe the fact that we have scientific research there at all is the contaminant.
Actually, so just to follow up, all astronauts pee on the tire before they get on the most particularly the women astronauts. They must. Culturally must. And but Wendell Mendel, the director of moon-based projects by the Biosphere Project, actually said that really what we need to settle on Mars is we actually need biological transport. So what they should do is charge people to fly up to the moon, and part of your cost is you have to leave your waste, because that's the valuable part, because you can build something out of that biologically and materially. And so the only thing that we get out of Elon Musk going into space is he needs to poop in space, because that's the valuable part. I love this.
Well, I don't know if you saw the peak building thing. There was an article that came
Oh
out
yeah,
with
yeah,
it.
yeah. That you build it out of your own pee.
Yeah, so you could like basically make concrete with pee as like a key recipe ingredient, so we could have buildings built of blood, sweat, and tears and urine.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Actually, I was just wondering if there was any way to repurpose waste into concrete. So
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
it is.
There it is.
But for that research is really kind of, it's more about thinking about like how do you continue using concrete on Earth, you know, in the midst of climate change and all of this resistance against concrete. You know, these scientists who are working with using alternative cementitious materials, which basically the point with urine, blood, and you know, there's this like organic protein in these materials that can function to replace cement. So the idea is not to like ship everything, it's really to kind of get rid of cement. And the only way, the only kind of context in which these types of experiments are possible is in outer space, because the concrete industry is like, you know, on Earth it would be so resistant to these types of experiments, but in the context of outer space, it becomes sort of experimental ground that where you can kind of imagine building other types of alternatives.
fascinating.
So I want to thank you all for great papers. They're so interesting, and each a case study and each very, very descriptive, right? So we get these great stories about these things you're all working on, which is great. I wonder if I could push each of you to try to discuss maybe the more analytical aspects of your projects, maybe like what the arguments are, what these bigger themes are, what are the big picture, just to try to unpack them a little bit, if that's okay. And if you're not there yet, I totally get it, because research begins with these great stories, and then later on, you tease out sort of analysis and so if you feel like speaking to this.
I mean, I can just say also, like in response to that, you know, my reaction to this idea of building with concrete in outer space was sort of like, why? Like, whenever anything is possible, why pick concrete? But I think part of the conversation is really like imagining for the cement industry is like, how do you make this material stronger? How can you continue justifying using it as we're learning and recognizing all of these issues that the material poses on Earth? And so the argument they've had was that it lasts hundreds of years, it's super strong. So like the outer space context pushes them to sort of reinvent it, where it's like, it's the strongest thing, it will last even in outer space, you know? So it's an argument that they're making through these experiments to kind of validate their own existence and their own survival, you know, as we're kind of reimagining construction.
For me, it's that, you know, Mars jars were created by the military for this militaristic vision of, you know, exploring Mars as a military operation. But then they transferred to NASA, and NASA just sort of used them without really understanding or remembering that military origin. And I think that actually really matters to sort of reconnect that to its origin. And the reason is not just because it's part of a military vision, it's because there was an instrumental regard for that life built into the actual model itself. So they were actually planning to use that life to fuel their base, which is a very instrumental regard for whatever biology we may discover somewhere else. So these Mars jars were not just being used for research, they were also being used for public relations to teach like the public how to think about not only extraterrestrial environments, but the life we might find there. They're also used to train new generations of astrobiologists as well. So you're not just training a set of methods and practices, you're training sort of a worldview and a way of regarding extraterrestrial life that I think is insidious and needs, I think the story of the military origin calls that to the fore and gives us something to actually talk about.
So I in general, most of my research has been on like more British history. So this is not, like I said, I haven't really looked in the archives on this particular thing. But I would say it does fit into kind of my analytical framework generally, which is that one of my sort of big goals is like for people to think about Antarctica or to include Antarctica when they're thinking about history. Because I feel like it's a place that's often, it's not covered in textbooks. You don't see a world history textbook that talks about Antarctica. And it's, I want to make it very clear to people that Antarctic history is very much embedded with what's going on elsewhere in the world. And it plays fairly well into narratives of space exploration where Antarctica is kind of like brought into these discussions about like, could we colonize space? Look, we've done it in Antarctica, basically. So I think that overall, this particular story fits into my sort of greater, ideology as a historian, which is that Antarctica is not special. And so like these different people invoking it and bringing it up as a justification in the sort of Cold War exploration of space makes a lot of sense, and it brings sort of Antarctica to the table. And I wanted to respond to the thing you said about concrete, which is that's also something with precedent in Antarctica, where a lot of companies, especially the ones that make commercial products, will use advertising for things like watches or cars and stuff and be like, look, it was used in Antarctica, look how tough it is and how strong it is, you should buy it.
I go off of your juxtaposition of, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Me?
Yes.
Rachel.
Rachel, I'm terribly sorry. Your wonderful juxtaposition of the inverted frames of environment consciousness, where the light comes from the sky to the ground. And in the same way, the study of waste in NASA is the study of an inversion. It's the study of that knowledge came ultimately not from the great white man going into space or the great heroic rocket launching, but real knowledge came from trying to study more mundane and earthy things like waste, studying waste cycles, studying nutrient cycles. They genuinely had to figure out how nutrients move through guts, through waste, and then back again. And it was one of the first times they did this. This is a great moment we have where it's McDonnell Douglas or somebody, they call up biologists, their local university, go like, what's in shit? Because we need to know, we need to return those nutrients. So if you could just tell us what's in shit, because you're a biologist and isn't this what you do? Which is a wonderful like disciplinary thing, that's what the biology department is for, presumably. And they go, well, we don't know, we don't study that kind of thing. And they call the ecologists and go, well, we don't do that kind of thing either. If you look at those very simplistic diagrams, even from Odum textbooks, waste is simply an anchor into the ground. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't really recycle. That's later. Here we have an inversion of these entire frames. It's also about the knowledge that comes from where humans sit in their own biological ecosystem, and sort of the scientific revolution writ large is about getting rid of the centrality of the human. Space age puts the person central. It puts the human, it's the male, it's the white male, central to the story. It's not. In fact, most of the real knowledge that's produced is actually that is completely artificial in every way. And if we want to live in space or on Earth, we actually have to accept the fact that we are no more or less as important as our nutrient production, but also our waste recycling. And And unless you link those all together, then the whole thing is going to die anyway. So thank you for the inspiration.
Yes, please.
Comments and questions. Lisa, I really love this presentation. I wonder if there's a parallel here between the concrete industry and the fossil fuel industry, right? And in particular, how solar panels were developed to find things in space, right? Obviously, fossil fuel industry in the 1980s does a lot of work on climate change, on new and all that kind of stuff, right? But turn back on that. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I feel like there is a kind of interesting parallel there that I would love to hear a bit more about. Also, with regards to Antarctica, I wonder, and Daniela, you might have mentioned this already, but I wonder if part of what's going on here is that Antarctica is really remote, hard to get to, it's hard to get out of, right? In particular, if there's a problem, it's difficult to escape from Antarctica. And I wonder if that's maybe the most important parallel between space and this environment, at least one of them. And then Jordan, as you know, also kind of the work probably excited quite a bit. I wonder, is there something inherently insidious about simulating planetary environments? Or is there something in the Mars job that makes it such a problem in the kind of context of military experimentation and activities, the medical origins of it? Is that the problem, or is just like simulating planetary environments? Is that more broadly the issue? I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, thanks for the comments and the questions. Yeah, the fossil, so cement or the concrete industry is like so connected to all of these other sectors because you have to plant sand, you have to put in water, and there's now this kind of competition for these materials because now we use sand for all kinds of different things, and so the concrete industry is involved in this kind of race to acquire deposits for extraction. So in terms of solar panels, there was this kind of proposition to build a cement plant in outer space that would use solar power to heat up the rock, extracted from the Mars surface. So that's kind of the context in which I'm thinking about the relationship between solar power. But in terms of these kind of longer relationships, I don't know how collaboration between these industries would then evolve in the context of zero gravity, how they would have to collaborate, because I think a lot of these questions depend on how are we processing this rock that we're saying on a different planet surface. Are we crushing it and doing the crushing? How are we powering the pressures? So I think there's a lot of kind of cement bleeds into these other industries, and it is a curious kind of thought to imagine how that would happen in outer space.
I thought it was super interesting what you said about experimentation with these novel forms of I don't know, I call them concrete, I guess, but novel forms of building could happen in space, but it was more problematic for the concrete industry on Earth. That to me is kind of interesting and maybe kind of parallel.
So in terms of the cutting edge kind of research into materiality of construction in outer space, there's well, we can grow beans, for example, instead of having to extract and burn limestone. So this bean protein could be then used as part of the mixture. But then the question is okay, that sounds great, but are we talking then about the scale of industrial agriculture, which brings its own issues with labor? How do we think about the work of construction in outer space? We can't just say well, robots will do it, or the 3D printer will do it, And so I think there's these kind of key underlying issues and questions that are not really related to the sort of attractive materiality of buildings, but it's really more kind of very earthly questions about kind of racial capitalism and sort of these histories of colonialism that are going to be shaping how things are done in space as a real place.
I think it was my question next. Okay. So just a real quick thing on the fossil fuel thing is actually before the night, like in the 50s and 60s, fossil fuel companies actually sponsored a ton of Antarctic like work. It was British Petroleum, for example, that sponsored, was the biggest sponsor for the Commonwealth Trans-Antarctic Expedition. Anyway, so is it difficult to survive in Antarctica / hard to get in and out of? Is that the main reason it's seen, or is a reason it's seen as an analog? Well, of course, right? Like Antarctica is dangerous, and so is outer space. Antarctica actually has a fairly low mortality rate considering how many people are there. But like in Antarctica, just like space, you wouldn't be able to survive for very long without either you'd have to bring a lot of stuff with you, or you'd have to have someone bringing you supplies. In fact, I've heard people when they talk about the like heroic age, like the first 2 decades of the 20th century, they'll be like, when these guys were going to Antarctica, it was like going to space. It was actually worse than going to space, because in space, there's always been sort of radio communication back and forth. And these early if they did not have any such communication. And so, you know, they would just find out if when they didn't come back, whether the expedition succeeded or failed. But I mean, just the fact, though, that it's hard to get in and out of and that it's difficult to survive there, I would argue that's true for deep under the sea. A lot of islands are hard to get in and out of, that beyond just Antarctica. The areas in the high Arctic, like Antarctica is, of course, dangerous and everything, and people do die, but like the like famous endurance expedition, right, where you had the crossing party, their ship sunk and they had no food, they were just living on seals and birds, whatever they could find. Famously, all of them survived. Now that was a lot because of luck, and the Ross Sea party of that expedition, not all of them survived, but like I still think that just because it's difficult to survive there and difficult to get in and out of, that makes it comparable, but it's not really, it doesn't mean, well, that should be our only analog then.
All right, we've got about 5 minutes left for questions, so I'm going to suggest that we take the last couple of questions together and then give the panel the chance to respond. So I think I saw one over here, one over here. Am I missing anyone? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was curious, especially for Jordan and Daniela, about your thoughts on the ongoing legacies of the origins of Mars jars as we kind of go into this new phase, I guess, of space exploration, and the implications and ongoing legacies of comparing places like biodiverse places like Antarctica and deserts to places like the Moon and Mars that are obviously biodiverse, and kind of what that means for the implications of treating those places on Earth and how we are treating those places like Mars.
Oh, great. So my question is to all of you, I think, to ask you to kind of think perhaps speculatively, because in all of your papers, you're really speaking critically to the kind of frontierism, hero narrative, modernist ideologies of the past, let's say, space race, right? And as I love what you were saying, that these were antithetical to the environmental movement. Even in process, they often demythologize the human, the man as subject with a capital S, and the kind of hero narrative. So I wonder how you think now, given we are at a NASA and environment symposium, right? How do you anticipate or see already NASA shifting that underlying ideological narrative as we launch into the new space age?
I'll say something, sure. So before Strughold hit on the name Mars jar for the experiment, he actually called them first Marsariums, which harkens back to their sort of longer origin story in terrariums, and that even goes back further to like the colonial technology of Wardian cases, which were used for plant transportation. So there is a politics of like a covetous gaze at it on a distant place that's sort of built into this whole idea from like way, way, way back. So I think that that's kind of always there, but then there's always the changing question of like, why are you doing this? Like, what is your purpose of simulating this environment, and like, what are you kind of after? So the why is always attached to the how, and then the who, like who is it for? Is it for the military? Is it for scientists? Is it maybe for commercial space ventures in the future? And it's also like, I think it's had some effects on how we even view the Earth's environment as a closed system. Someone like Dorian Sagan has even written about Earth as a terrarium. So, that is sort of a longer arc of like where this thinking goes. But, is it insidious? Yes, I do. I think it is. And the point is, it's not just us, it's not just Mars that's in the jar, it's us that's in the jar too. And we always have to see like what of us is sort of in that physical instantiation of that model.
In terms of the legacies of treating a biodiverse area like Antarctica or like the desert or what have you to places like space, which obviously are not biodiverse, I suppose, you don't have the same like concern about like how when the humans went to Antarctica, they first started, Antarctica was discovered in 1820. They basically almost immediately, like in the first 10 years, the fur seal population was hunted almost to extinction. And whaling in Antarctica in the first half of the 20th century has been like credited with restoring Norway's economy after World War II. And we still, anyone in here who's had Chilean sea bass, that's Antarctic toothfish. So in terms of like, yeah, we don't have to worry about the same kind of like, are our actions going to destroy all this life in space per se? But I suppose it kind of depends on what you consider number one, you have people like the Friedmans who were like, maybe we can use Antarctic life to colonize Mars, to terraform Mars, because after all, this is life that's used to extreme environments. And there's this ongoing debate in Antarctica that's recently started playing out for outer space, which is thinking about what counts as like pollution and waste and what counts as heritage and history. So like there was a recent article, I think in the conversation about how there's 15,000 pounds of waste on Mars. And I saw a lot of people responding to that online or whatever, who were just like, I mean, that's not waste, that's history. Like that's like calling, the shipwrecks at the bottom of the sea waste. Like this is history. And in Antarctica, these debates have been actually playing out for a while, where we like protect historical sites, just like we protect environmental sites, like stuff from the heroic age, for example. But so does that mean that anything recent, like China's first station, can't be historic because they weren't there in the earlier times? And like, to what extent do people claim something's historic? These accusations have been given, for example, to Russia. You claim something's historic, so you don't have to clean it up. And I think that these debates over what counts as waste and what's an artifact and what's heritage are actually playing out in space already. And then the other question about narrative, if I'm going to answer that one as well, so you don't have to come back to me. The funny thing is with all these years of Antarctica being an analog for space and stuff, it was only within the last few years with Christina Koch where we had someone who had actually spent time in Antarctica, like as a scientist, who then became an astronaut. So like, I don't think the narrative's shifting per se, but I do think they're trying to, there is a sense of NASA's being sort of more explicit, making these sort of connections, or they're doing the same kind of like, let's colonize space, just like we colonized Antarctica, but like, let's add women, just like they did in Antarctica.
Yeah, I can speak to the concrete issue. Yeah, I mean, I think
It's nothing but puns, isn't
so, I mean, NASA continues to like engage with the industry. I think especially as like, the private sector comes into the conversation in a really central way with SpaceX, with Bezos, like they're all engaged with concrete too. So concrete continues to be this key material. And I think part of that goes back to the 80s too, where, I have this like great quote where someone like from NASA basically said like concrete is great as like a kind of PR move because we all know what concrete this, we like walk on it all the time, we like live around concrete. It's really, it's sort of much like feces, like it really like places you in outer space in a really material way. So if you can imagine brutalist architecture in outer space, like it really gives a kind of different materiality to something that seems so distant, improbable, or like so far away. So I think for NASA, it continues to be a really quick, like short cut, like a short term word, you know, to kind of put people in outer space and like imagine themselves. But what NASA is not recognizing is this very problematic history of cement manufacture, concrete construction that accompanies, you know, that this legacy comes packaged in, it's like baked into the recipe, you know? So I think that's kind of where the tension continues to lie in terms of like placing concrete in outer space or imagining outer space through this material lens.
I will talk to you after. My German cohort would say it's time.
Yes, we shouldn't stand
When
between
you're
people and
classically
lunch.
trained by Germans.
Yes, well, thank you everyone so much. Please join me in thanking our speakers for a fascinating and stimulating discussion. Favorite word from the organizers?
I just want to mention that lunch is now under the tent, not the big tent out here, the next tent over right there tomorrow.
Yes.
And it's lunch for everybody.
You can see it now from the window. You will not go to that tent. Not that tent. Even if the food is better here, you will. I will be standing there too. I will.
We will have new coffee here for the afternoon, so don't worry about that on your way back. See you all in a while. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you guys very much. This was fantastic.
It's like a nicely cohesive kind of panel.
It really is.
Oh, it's totally was.
Yeah, I did see that one behind it earlier. I'm sure.
Hello, Gretchen, how are you? Hello, observer.
Both you actually spent.
Okay,
sorry, I
can't work the mouse backwards.
Having you say like
video on or not?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's get you up here.
Oh,
My
yeah,
apologies
okay.
to the online group that I just introduced everyone and you could not hear me. But first up, we have Dana Burton. Oops. What is happening now? Just a second. There we go. Is that gonna work? No. Ah, that's why I accidentally opened up a language thing. Cancel. We're good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks.
Perfect. Risk of derailing everything. All right, well, thank you, everyone. This is such a pleasure to be here among so many space people. It's like such a wonderful space, and I'm excited to share a bit of my research that actually won't be really having any space in the dissertation. It's where I started in this research, planetary protection. So see the title of my talk. Happy to answer questions. This is also going to be a little bit shorter than it needs to be. So if there's anything that's unclear, please ask me about it later. All right, so what lies at the bottom of the crater on the dark side of the moon? I'm going to tell 3 stories, or rather the same story 3 different ways. Each of them starts the same. The lunar environment is technically sterile, but the absence of life does not make it less vital. The moon is a source of mineral resources, a site of scientific knowledge about solar system formation, and an object of policymaking initiatives. At a meeting convened by the National Academies of Sciences, NAS, in 2020, representatives from the space mining companies, NASA scientists, and the Planetary Protection Officer met to discuss the future uses of the moon. At stake were not only access to materials present on the surface, but also across time. The future uses of the moon were being built on the current scientific ability to understand the past geological formation of planets. This paper draws on ethnographic and historical data to interrogate the Office of Planetary Protection's recent and fluctuating rendition of the moon as sterile, and I look through policy documents, decontamination requirements, and sit in on conference sessions to trace this fluctuating influence. OPP has over both NASA's planetary science branches, as well as the burgeoning new space corporations. Originally, I was going to draw on the Annika Lin lens of vitality as discussed by Kath Weston in her work on the planetary and the visceral ways in which places become sensible to us through intimate encounters with the body. But instead, and it requires a longer paper. So instead, I'm going to turn to Pavanelli's analysis of late liberal governance and her ideas of animism or vitalism to probe at these tensions that exist in meeting spaces like NAS and throughout this kind of contamination landscape that these 3 scientists, Officer of Planetary Protection, and mining corporations are playing in. So I'll discuss my own notes, jumping. Great. I draw on her analysis to highlight these ways in which these 3 groups, scientists, commercial industrialists, and planetary protection officers, each articulate, navigate, and are affected by this particular rendering of the relationship between the vital and the non-vital in the case of the potential sterility of the moon. So to give you a bit of context, the event was part of a larger review led by the Space Science Board called the Decadal Survey, in an effort to determine the priority missions for the 2023 to 2032 time period. This review authorized experts in diverse branches of space science, policy, biomedicine, business, and engineering to examine white papers submitted by the community. These reviews would lead to a report that then would be used by NASA headquarters to guide the funding, technological development, nuclear power source development, and myriad other operations to support the top missions. Adjacent to this effort were panels that examined the efficacies of offices at NASA in an effort to innovate them according to international and internal standards. And one such committee panel was reviewing the Office of Planetary Protection and its activities. I was really intrigued with the way in which during this meeting, people kept talking about the moon as a vital resource. And so I thought I'd play with it in this presentation and think about it in terms of the different ways in which it's defined. So we have Vital being connected to the living life, also deriving from essential, this essentialness, and then to be. And so you'll see throughout these three different story renderings the ways in which the essential, life, and being get drawn on in interesting ways by these three different groups. All right, so here's where the story diverges. Story one. Briefly, the Office of Planetary Protection is responsible for monitoring the transference of biological material across planetary bodies, including Earth, to minimize contamination sites. Of concern was that contaminants would travel forward from Earth and challenge the viability of scientific experiments, or backward to Earth and jeopardize the safety of our biome. Initiated in the 1950s at the behest of Western exobiologists, reacting to Cold War tensions, political posturing, and other NASA departmental competition, the OPP activities were all about control. And here are a couple of documents I pulled out of the archives outlining kind of the trajectory of sterilization policy in the 1960s, and then this being the most recent one pulled from their website. As a fun fact that I do not have time to go into, the first planetary protection officer was actually a part of the Navy in the Public Health Corps, Colonel Larry Hall, who was mysteriously very absent in the archives. But he orchestrated with specialists from the US Department of Agriculture, the Army Biological Laboratory, and other biomedical professionals to set up experiments that would map how long various species from Earth, microbes, could survive sterilization procedures, usually through heat or chemical, harsh chemicals like ethyl oxide. And these efforts in the 1950s were set within an international context in the 1960s. Over the next decade, were the center of a coordinated effort to control contamination for the benefit of research by other nations, those who had less access, and for this future where, maybe humans could get to Mars, so we don't want to contaminate this site for that kind of more personal research. So for the planetary protection, thus the monitoring of contamination was a matter not only of science, but also the future of science. So at this meeting was the current planetary protection officer, Lisa Pratt, who has recently stepped down, or quasi-recently, speaking to what the future role of the OPP could play in ensuring the long-term safety of science and the office's ability to adapt to changing innovations in DNA research. There's lots of methodology things that have changed. Happy to talk about it in Q&A. And she reiterated how vital it was that OPP remained in the loop in the design and execution of missions. The dark side of the moon, technically called permanently shadowed regions, was a site for water and other minerals, and the presence of water on all other planetary bodies in the solar system were designated as special regions, particularly on Mars. You may be familiar with this, meaning that it represented a landscape that was or could be habitable by life. So missions were required in these other spaces to do extra precautions in terms of sterilization, as well as navigation and sampling, so as to avoid any inadvertent contamination. But if the moon was sterile, did this protection hold? Story two. At stake for industrial companies called New Space was accessibility. One of the biggest costs on a mission budget, I believe it's 30%, is planetary protection. While it was not always the case, specialized construction materials are used so as to mitigate from the start contamination used to construct spacecraft. However, those come, of course, at a higher price range than commercially available products. Industry leaders were pushing to use more off-the-shelf products and fewer expensive navigation or technical strategies so as to lower the cost of operating in space. Since the OPP has no actual authority beyond recommending contamination procedures, they don't have like an arm to stronghold people. There was as yet no federal regulation of space in the US government. It was interesting that these corporations were seeking to get a green light on minimizing contamination procedures from the NAS when it's like, do they have to play by the rules? Some people don't, Elon Musk, I don't know. So anyway, it was really just interesting sitting in the audience being like, but there are no regulations, what are you doing? And so from my observations in prior conferences, as well as the space, companies seem to fall into two camps. One was the traditional Lockheed Martin, Bigelow, who traditionally worked with NASA in construction and were used to kind of all of these bureaucratic paperwork and regulations set on NASA companies themselves. And then there were people like TransAstra or Ad Astra, who are what you'd call new science or new space, who I think were just more it was interesting to see the relationship between like the new space and like the traditional space agencies and how they were kind of negotiating this corporate perspective on future uses of the moon. Anyway, the moon offered an opportunity to drastically increase their access to resources, suspending concerns about the process of finding these materials, processing them in a usable form, and returning them to Earth. It would be great to go to the moon and get these resources because of their abundance, like actual abundance in these environments. And also there was talks of the success of the upcoming Artemis program needing resources that were processed on the moon for this later leap to Mars, particularly water being of vital importance to these longer away from Earth ventures. In the imaginary created by extending extractivism off-world, like we did with offshore oil, interesting corollary, what becomes alive and what becomes expendable. And finally, story 3. The core policy being debated during this panel was a shift in the categorization of the moon from the current level set in 2008 of category 2 to category 1. The difference between the two categorizations, the Cat 1 allowed for unrestricted access, while a Cat 2 designated an environment as pertinent for chemical evolution and the origin of life research due to its prior properties of the location. But all it did was that it implemented additional inventories. You didn't really have to do anything else. You just had to inventory what you're bringing. What that meant was that anyone who launched a vehicle had to do an inventory of organics in the propellant, as well as from the engine. But the debate at the NAS panel wasn't really about category designations. Rather, it was a shift in what was being measured, organics versus biological organisms. While this may seem like semantics, the significance is in the interpretation of each measurement. Biological means that it was being measured, was it alive or was it not, which is a classical PP metric. Organics, on the other hand, were not necessarily alive, but were molecular components that were the building blocks for biology. The craters on the dark side of the moon were deposit sites. Scientists argued that it was probable that volatiles, so particular organics, had been occurring there for billions of years, providing a rich source of data about the formation of the solar system and potential indicators about the origin and evolution of life. Unlike on Earth, where tectonic plates have long erased any trace of these extraterrestrial impacts, the moon's lack of atmosphere and internal planetary processes is an opportunity to explore these environments that have set minimal weathering. I wonder about cosmic rays, but also moreover, scientists were advocating not only for the geographical or geological history this lunar environment could tell, but also the importance of care and exploration. And I have to say that the scientists who are speaking at this panel were particularly very attentive to what I'm about to say, and that's not the case for all of the scientists who were at that meeting. So while they were not directly mentioning colonialism, I knew that one of the scientists speaking was involved in the interdisciplinary effort to highlight the role of NASA in expansionist, militaristic, and oppression in its history and in the current day. And so through the act of inventorying, she was arguing that it's taking responsibility for one's impact on the environment, pointing towards literally a more accountable way of doing exploration. So in sum, there is no end, at least not yet. This is just the beginning of a very complicated story of intersecting perspectives, prioritizations, and desires within agency, industry, and science. Overall, they're speaking to a shift to shift the trajectory of microbial chemical control and the movement of biology towards a specified future on the moon. There's a fourth story yet to be told within this tale, which is the public. How are we who are listening, it was a public event to this panel, and those who read about these issues participate in understanding our relationship to the moon? What is our part in shaping what comes next, in writing the future history of lunar, earthly, environmental interactions, and how are the events we are seeing today seeding what will be sensible about territoriality, ownership, movement on and across spaces, and extraterrestriality itself? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. Hey, next up, we have let's go with Aaron Avilas, talk next. Here we go. Okay. Actually, to turn off the camera. Okay, so our next presenter, Erin Avila, unfortunately can't make it today, and so sent in a pre-recorded video of her talk. Erin is a senior at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida. So you can imagine why she may not be here today. That's what they're going through. She is pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree in spaceflight operations and is a former NASA intern with the Goddard Space Flight Center's Explorers Program History Project, in which she researched and wrote about the scientific discoveries and technological advancements of the Earth Sciences focused Explorer satellite missions. She's been a space history enthusiast since childhood, which seems to be a common thing among many of us at this conference. And she hopes beyond college to work in the commercial crew industry in Florida and advocate for the preservation of historic sites on Cape Canaveral. Again, also relevant to some of you whose papers I've already seen today. So we hear what Erin has to say about the history of Martian astrobiology at NASA.
My name is Erin Avila, and I'm a senior at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida, studying spaceflight operations. Today, I'll be talking about the history of Martian astrobiology at NASA and its impact on future crewed Martian exploration. Although philosophers pondered the existence of life beyond Earth thousands of years ago, it was not until the late 1600s that the topic was debated using science rather than philosophy or religion. Dutch mathematician Christian Huygens wrote Cosmotheoros, or Conjectures Concerning the Planetary Worlds, a speculative piece on extraterrestrial life that was influenced by the age of exploration and took into consideration a planet's physical characteristics, such as atmospheric density, temperature, and vegetation. Nearly 200 years later, in 1877, Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli mapped and named areas of Mars. He called the series of grooves on the surface canali, meaning channels. When news of this reached the United States, the word canali was mistranslated into the English canals. This was shortly after the completion of the Suez Canal, the engineering marvel of the era, so brought to mind large-scale artificially built structures. Businessman Percival Lowell constructed what is now the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, and set out proving the existence of these canals and their creators, which he called Martians. His theories inspired countless science fiction works to contemplate humanity's contact with extraterrestrial life, beginning with H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds in 1898. These stories, mixed with the UFO craze following World War II, spurred public interest in the search for life beyond Earth. Life sciences discoveries of the 1950s, such as the discovery of the structure of DNA, combined with emerging space technology to create a new branch of study originally called exobiology, now astrobiology. It is an interdisciplinary science regarding the origin, evolution, and distribution of life in the universe, and has been supported and led by NASA since its establishment in 1958. Mars was given top scientific priority due to its resemblance to Earth, as well as existing public interest. The first spacecraft to reach Mars were part of the Mariner program of the 1960s and 70s. Mariner 4 was the first spacecraft to reach Mars in 1965. Mariner 6 and 7 simultaneously flew over the equator in southern hemisphere in 1967. Mariner 9 was the first spacecraft to orbit Mars in 1971 and mapped 100% of the planet's surface. The Viking program was the first project with the explicit goal of searching for traces of life on Mars. It flew 2 missions, Viking 1 and Viking 2, which each consisted of 2 spacecraft, an orbiter that remained in space and a lander that performed studies of the surface. Both launched in 1975 and landed in 1976. Both Viking spacecraft detected as a scientific failure, and NASA postponed future Martian astrobiology missions and research until 2012 with the Mars Science Laboratory Curiosity rover, which currently determines whether Mars was once capable of supporting life. It launched in November 2011 and landed in August 2012 in Gale Crater. During its 10 years of operations on the surface, Curiosity has made a number of discoveries. It found evidence of persistent liquid water, of course, millions of years ago, at its landing site, which was likely once the end of a river system or a lake bed. The rover also found smooth, rounded pebbles produced by shallow flowing water. It made the first definitive detection of organic compounds in Mars' surface, these compounds being carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, as well as present and active methane in the atmosphere. Methane is produced by living organisms, as well as the chemical reactions between rock and water. Mars 2020 Perseverance is the most recent addition to NASA's team of astrobiological spacecraft. It currently seeks signs of ancient microbial life on the surface. It launched in July 2020 and landed in February 2021 in Jezero Crater. It recently found organic compounds in rocks and dust, as did Curiosity, and is currently collecting rock core samples in the ancient river delta located in Jezero Crater. So what does this all mean for future crewed missions to Mars? First is the location of the landing site. Ancient lake beds and riverbeds, such as Curiosity and Perseverance's landing sites, or other locations that may have one solid water, are ideal for analyzing chemical composition of soil and looking for ancient life. The polar ice caps are ideal for looking for existing life that may be trapped beneath the surface. Crew training would place an emphasis on chemistry, geology, microbiology, and other related disciplines. And if traces of life are found, either by crew on the surface or by robotic missions prior, paleontology would be added to that list. Additionally, once a human presence on Mars is established, it might be beneficial to open astronaut candidacy applications to include the humanities. Planetary protection is probably the most significant issue facing future crewed Martian exploration that doesn't directly affect crew health. Planetary protection is the prevention of celestial bodies from contamination by Earth-originated life and vice versa. The guidelines are provided by COSPAR, the Committee on Space Research, and planetary protection was first implemented by NASA in 1962 with the Ranger program, which sent spacecraft to the moon to impact the surface and perform some studies with the surface analysis, like composition and density of the surface. The United Nations Outer Space Treaty Article 9 establishes the international legal basis for planetary protection. Planetary protection is crucial for the prevention of sample contamination, both on Mars and on Earth. False positive results are dangerous because they harm further research and allow people to make generalized assumptions that may be incorrect. This was shown in 1969 when the Apollo 12 astronauts returned part of the Surveyor 3 spacecraft to Earth. Scientists thought they found a colony of bacteria that had survived the vacuum stage for almost 3 years. But really, they detected their own contamination because their planetary protection protocols were poorly enforced. Some examples of NASA's current planetary protection measures are sterilizing spacecraft that will land on a lunar planet prior to that spacecraft's integration into its launch vehicle, and the prevention of unintentional impact of other hardware into the surface. For example, if a piece of space debris from the spacecraft or launch vehicle reaches the target destination, NASA will make sure that debris does not crash into the surface and contaminate the surface further. Mars has been a major component of science fiction for more than a century, and public fascination has grown with technological advancements. Public interest means more money, but the perception of NASA's mission is sometimes warped by popular news stories talking about alien sightings or large spacecraft found on Mars. It is important for the public to separate the fact from the fiction and use critical thinking skills when reading about Mars discoveries, especially those found online, as they could be written by anybody. However, science fiction also inspires the next generation of space explorers, and when combined with NASA's current discoveries, captures the minds and imaginations of people all over the world. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to contact me at the email on the slide, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Okay, thanks to Erin. I don't know if we have her in Zoom. If we do, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to her further. Okay, our last presenter is Eric Conway, who is a historian of science and technology living in Altadena, California. I'm very lucky to call him my neighbor. Eric completed a PhD from the University of Minnesota in 1998 with a dissertation on the development of aircraft landing aids, and is currently the historian of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which is a unit of Caltech. His most recent book is A History of Near-Earth Objects Research, which he worked on with Donald K. Yeomans and Meg Rosenberg, and was published in July 2022. He received a Guggenheim Fellowship with Naomi Oreskes and served as the inaugural fellow for the joint Caltech-Huntington Research Institute for the History of Science and Technology. He has 2 book manuscripts that are currently trapped in publication limbo. Yes, publication hell, there we go. They are titled The Big Myth, another sure to be a wonderful text with Naomi Oreskes, your co-author, which will be coming out from Bloomsbury, USA in hopefully February 2023. And another book called Electrical Conquest, edited with W. Bernard Carlson. It's also currently under review. Not making the rest of us feel like slouches at all.
I had a busy pandemic.
Yeah, seriously. Sorry, I'm changing pronouns here as we go. Eric has some forthcoming essays. I asked them to be some whatever they'd like to plug. So we will soon be seeing essays in Kevin Cruz and Julian Zellizer's okay. Myth America and in Daedalus. So anyway, Eric, thank you.
Thank you.
Get this ready for you. And oh nope, sorry, wrong one. Went to Dana's again. I swear I'm a millennial and I know how to
You
use
have to watch
technology.
it twice now.
This is embarrassing. Okay, where is Eric's? There we go, Conway. Perfect. Okay, there we go.
Thanks, Lisa. So this is where I'm from. It's a Jet Propulsion Lab. If you've never been there, it's usually not quite so pretty. It only snows on those mountains of San Gabriel's about every 10 years or so. So we take these pictures because we need nicer backgrounds than the normal brown and browner look of JPL. And I've been here since 2004 when I moved there. So this is the new book. I don't have a slide of its cover. You can get it for free from the NASA History Office. You can download it from there as a PDF too. I was asked to do this years ago. I think we started in 2015, and it's been done since 2019. It was trapped in publication hell for a long time, and it's finally out. And the story I'm going to tell you today is a bit of a thread from that book. It's a history of near-Earth objects research. I am not the first person to write about NEOs as environmental objects. Dagomar, one of our hosts, has written about it. Valerie Olson's written about it. And so what we've done Dawn and I and Meg have done is to start thinking about them as policy objects that are also contested in both scientific and military circles. To be brief, the story I'm going to tell you is many scientists, including program scientists at NASA headquarters, did not see them and still don't see them as legitimate targets of science. Beginning of the story. NEOs were just uninteresting to most scientists and astronomers prior to the 1970s, because literally they're in the way of the more interesting galaxies, stars, the Milky Way, etc. So they're referred to as the vermin of the skies. They're in the way of telescopic observations. They cause streaks and plates that you have to ignore or erase. They're simply not seen as worthy of research. They obscure the more desirable kinds of targets. What starts to change, and yet there are still some scientists who are interested in them as objects of scientific research. And here's pictures of kind of the three leaders, three of the four that we talk about in the book. This is Tom Garrels in his office at the University of Arizona. He, in the 1960s, did a lot of NASA work, but he was also interested in trying to establish some kind of near-Earth objects search program. He had done work with some European astronomers using the old-fashioned plate method. You took a couple of photographs during a single observing night of the same bit of sky, and you compared them by looking at them to see if anything moved between the plates. That's how it was done. There were some devices that you could use to make this a little easier, but it wasn't automated in any way. It was very slow, time-consuming, painful process. And so not very many comets or asteroids were found that way. In this picture, this is Eugene Shoemaker and Carolyn, his wife. And I don't just want to pin her as the wife, because what happens is when she's done raising the kids, she becomes an astronomer in her own right. She's probably the most successful discoverer of comets using that film method that I discussed. And finally, this is with Gene worked Eleanor Helene until they had a falling out in the early 1980s, and he moved her over to JPL, where she spent the rest of her career, also initially doing a film-based near-Earth object surveillance program, but later on beginning to automate the process. Using beginnings of digital imaging, using CCD imagers that were leftover spares from a project called Cassini, you might have heard of much later on, and a small team to work out the software and so on. This becomes possible programmatically and economically due to some somewhat very unrelated work that Gene Shoemaker had done for his dissertation work. His early work married weapons to large-scale cratering. He was asked to look at cratering mechanics based on nuclear weapons tests in Nevada. And he used them as an analogy to Meteor Crater in Arizona. And here's an image from his final examination: Meteor Crater, Teapot S crater, and the Django Uniform crater from two of the surface above ground nuclear weapons tests. And his work undermined the idea that cratering was a purely volcanic process, as many geologists had thought it was. It also undermined the idea of gradualism inherent in Stephen Jay Gould's what he used to call substantive uniformitarianism, the idea that geologic processes could not be catastrophic. They had to be visible from existing Earth processes. So Shoemaker began undermining the idea that craters were a volcanic process and that that they could be caused by objects from outer space. Kind of point number 4 in our story then is what's known as the Alvarez hypothesis, that a giant impact led to the end Cretaceous mass extinction. This is published in 1979. those of you, which is about the age that I'm in high school, and there was lots of excitement around the idea of impacts leading to mass extinctions at the time. It's controversial though, in part because it linked cosmic events to history of life on Earth in a way that a lot of scientists didn't find compelling, but many at least found it an exciting research topic. And so throughout the 1980s, there are a number of major conferences and seminars held to investigate that potential linkage, and that involves biologists, paleontologists, and cratering experts, physical cratering experts. And here's where we now kind of contact Dagmar de Groot's story. Again, in the 1980s, there's lots of investigations into whether it's possible this cratering event could have spelled the end of the dinosaurs and other kinds of mass extinction events. That crater is finally identified as a pre-existing structure in the early 1990s. And the other thing that happened in the early 1990s is the discovery of Shoemaker-Levy 9 by Carolyn Shoemaker and Levy, which we then are able to witness impacting on Jupiter. That the SL9 impact was not remote in time. It had visible impacts even on a planet the size of Jupiter. That impactor was smaller than the end Cretaceous impactor is believed to be by about it's about 1/10 of the mass. So it brought the idea of this could be a real risk into the present and into a policy space. It got Congress interested, and members of Congress started to ask questions about whether this could happen to Earth and what impacts it might have. So grinding progress towards policy. Remember I said at the beginning, lots of program managers in NASA did not think this was good science. Not the impact part, but defining the asteroids part. The key question became, can you find all of these large impactors? And NASA science officials didn't really want that job. They didn't see counting up all the near-Earth objects as being legitimate science for NASA to become engaged in. So even though Congress started asking questions in 1993 and started advocating that NASA take on this job, it took the agency until 1998 before they would actually allocate money for it. And the amount they were finally willing to allocate was $3 million a year, and it stayed at that level for about the next 10 years. Half of which was money scraped from other programs, and the other half actually came from Congress. So $1.5 million dollars of new money. Not a lot for the NASA budget, but enough to keep those kinds of small programs going. There's a set goal that was described in this 1992 report. So they call it the Space Card Survey Goal in most of the literature I work on. The goal is the discovery of 90% of 1 kilometer or larger diameter near-Earth objects. I won't get into how they figure out what the diameter is. That's a whole other line of science. But this becomes embedded within NASA because NASA was finally willing to agree to take it on after lots of pressure. At the same, there had throughout this period, though, been advocates within the Air Force to taking it on. Because after all, you could define this as a defense mission. But the Air Force didn't want that job. And there were one of the advocates who's now the program manager at NASA headquarters, argument was, they approached the air staff and the response they got was, no, we're not interested in that. We've got enough missions as it is. And he also told me that he didn't think the brass above him really understood the similarities between what the Air Force already had to do. It's part of their job to watch for satellites, which are near-Earth objects of a kind, and these other kinds of objects that are larger and actually easier to find if they come close enough anyhow. And so his comment was, I don't think they understood the compatibility between what they already do and what would be needed. They instead, so they saw it as costing the in essence, I said to Wes Huntress, his boss, we shouldn't be resisting Congress. We've been resisting Congress for 8 years. What's the point? What's the benefit for doing this? I find the internal dynamics here interesting because they're essentially saying, well, this isn't good enough science for us just to find all the near-Earth objects. And that attitude still pertained when I put this together. Sources of resistance. Here's the 2019 National Research Council study. Quote, missions meeting high priority planetary defense objectives should not be required to compete against missions meeting high priority science objectives. It might be science, but it's not good enough science. Instead, they see it as being a public service, applied science, and not the kind of, it's sometimes referred to as discovery-based science in the community and within the scientific community. Still more resistance to the idea, and to this, this is more public. The AAA is aerospace engineers. There's a white paper organized after another Earth close approach in 1992 by Edward Tagliaferri. He put together a white paper about, again, search programs for asteroids. And the response he got was, there's this enormous giggle factor about rocks falling from the sky. Chicken Little, this is nonsense. No one's ever been killed by an asteroid, but maybe the dinosaurs. So one of the things we deal with in this book is this idea that this whole area of research is contested for a bunch of reasons. And I've gone through a few of those reasons here. As history, they're contested grounds. As science, they're contested grounds. As a potential defense mission, they're contested grounds because we have an Air Force that doesn't want more jobs. There's institutional resistance, roles and missions issues. For NASA, it became an issue of what is and is not considered good science. Okay, done.
So we now have the luxury of quite a bit of time for discussion. Let me just check and see if Erin is with us on Zoom. So I would like to loop her in. This actually, well, should I stop share now or should I not? No, okay. Not sure if there's a way to see if maybe you can see over there if she's there, if she's in the audience. Okay, thank you. All right, well, Matt, thanks for help. I mean, I have a couple of kind of broader synthetic questions that I came up when I was listening to both of these talks. So I thought maybe I could get us started with some of those synthetic questions. You can either feel free to respond or just let it marinate, and then I'd also invite all of you to also think about these questions. And if you have things you'd like to add, either in particular about each of these speakers' presentations, or again, thinking across them, that would be great. Okay, so we'll just be here with Dana and Eric, which is not a bad thing at all. Okay, so one of the things that came up to me when hearing your talks was one of the big questions that came up for me was in some ways really existential, right? Not just in terms of protection of the planet, but in terms of in terms of science, in terms of scientific practice. What is legitimate science, and what kinds of governance are required to protect that practice? But it's also about scientific authority to determine what is an environmental threat that's worthy of study and resources, and for what reason, and who has the power to enact control in those instances. I actually kept thinking a little bit about Silent Spring to kind of draw this into into kind of broader Cold War era environmentalist narratives. One of the kind of less broadly known arguments that Rachel Carson included in that really incredibly important book from 1962 was asking for, or rather arguing that protecting ecosystems in a pristine condition to preserve the potential future study by kind of credentialed, presumably uncorrupted, unbiased scientists, whatever that actually means, right? Exactly. So my question is, this is very broad, but right, I'm seeing these questions of legitimacy, of governance, of authority, and how does environmental risk factor into these conversations when we're thinking like on this incredibly huge scale of Earth and the rest of the universe. And on that note, we also have kind of planetary protection and multiple spatial valences, right? We have protecting ourselves, the Earth, from things coming from the outside, but also protecting the outside from the things that from the wrong kind of an overabundance of earthiness, right? So the other question I had was, do these efforts in some ways kind of maintain a hard boundary between Earth and space, a boundary that a lot, especially anthropologists, the community that Dana is coming to us from, have worked really hard over the last few decades to deconstruct these material and discursive boundaries between Earth and elsewhere, right? In some ways, this is boundary keeping, boundary making, boundary keeping. So obviously, kind of the questions raised by planetary protection today requires challenging those lines and acknowledging their permeability. So I wondered if you could reflect on how do these actors both, construct or resist or rethink or reconfigure boundary making between inner and outer space. So those are just some initial thoughts to get us started off. I also feel like I'm realizing that an important thing that just happened, I'm sure the nerds here, we all watched the DART mission that just happened. I actually thought Eric was going to talk about it.
No, because it hadn't happened when I put this together. And so it's mentioned right at the end of the book is something in progress.
There we go. So I feel like this is so fresh in the mind, right? We just saw finally this really compelling, exciting moment of planetary protection in the outer to inner direction. So it seems like a really fruitful, important time, germane time to talk about this. So yeah, if you have any thoughts about that, or if anyone wants to contribute other thoughts to those ideas.
You have something immediate,
No.
otherwise.
Dana, go ahead.
Sure. So both these are really fantastic questions. And the way I've generally, I think I'm going to mishmash that a little bit in my answer, but a lot of these questions of scientific authorization, the ways in which the environment becomes risky, or the ways in which it's rendered in a particular fashion, as well as boundary making, to me is always a question of what does this allow. So particularly in the case I was discussing, rendering a particular environment as risky or not risky for particular parties allows for expansion in different ways, whether it's expansion in the scientific sense, where you're able to do particular experiments that then expand knowledge, authorizing NASA scientists to then make broader, larger claims. And this is an aside to most of my work is with astrobiologists who we've heard a lot about, and I know you're all familiar with, but how do you do science of a subject that may or may not exist, or has a radically different kind of biology than what we know on Earth? And so this exercise of authorization and how good science gets rendered and accepted is, I think, what becomes allowable for these practices. So you see it in boundary making, you see it in boundary making. Thank you. You see it in the distinction of particular disciplinary expertise. We won't do NEOs. We will only look at larger galactic observations. And I think it's just really interesting too is what else does that how does that then reverberate to funding graduate study programs? Who becomes partners either on an international scale or through universities, industry, military, and then what boundaries become permeable because they're constructed. So then where does the science flow? What does it allow for in terms of the future of this science? So anyway, that's very big, but that is where I got.
It's just the permeability, multiple boundaries constructed.
And what it's for, what it then authorizes as like a domino effect. And we see the effects now.
I'll just say something programmatic. It came up this at one of the earlier sessions I was in too. Probably the first one is I want to say permeability or maybe permissiveness of the institutional boundaries between NASA and the Air Force. One of the stories I didn't say until in this talk is that actually, even though Air Force brass were not interested at the research laboratory level and at the funding level above them that funds them, it was actually perfectly okay for NASA people and Air Force scientists and engineers to work together on these kind of asteroid search programs that emerged in the late 90s and 2000s. So in fact, Eleanor Helene's automated asteroid search program is a set of NASA built instrumentation and software and so forth that operated on the Air Force telescope line. And so there's actually lots of this going on, even though the brass had said, no, we don't want this job. And yet lots of collaboration. So there's still permeable boundaries within these big institutions that I find interesting just intellectually, but it also speaks, I think, well of the organizations that allow these sorts of things to go on, since they could each just hide behind their own bureaucracies. They could say no and refuse to have anything to do with any of this, but they didn't do that. So I think that's an interesting story as well, especially layered on top of the idea that, well, there is no boundary really between Earth and space. We have this artificial atmospheric one, which we argue over what the end of the atmosphere is. Just to start, this is not really about it at all. And obviously, the near-Earth objects that hit Earth all the time don't care. We're all part of that environment, and yet we chop it up into different research areas that has a lot to do with the history of disciplines, I think, and also become policy boundaries in some ways.
Doesn't the urgency of planetary protection require there being this binary of external and internal? Or is that something that maybe isn't as present as it seems on to the
Oh, I think so.
non-special
We have to
reserve?
think about it that way, right? Because we have to live here and not out there. And so we treat these objects as intruders. At least we will if we want to have any protection from them. We have to treat them as intruders with surveillance systems and so forth. We actually call them surveillance systems. And so yeah, we treat it that way. And maybe we have to, or the other way of thinking about it is, well, we can decide that, it's just, if the asteroid comes for us, it's just our fate. Right? Otherwise, we can do nothing about it. If we actually truly think of ourselves as part of the solar system environment and accept whatever happens, the outcome is that, well, maybe someday there's a Chicxulub-side impact comes for us. But by and large, NASA has chosen not to go that way. Though with lots of internal resistance, as my favorite.
In dark we trust.
Yeah.
At least with planetary vision, is thinking from what you were saying, there is also like this question of like what we don't know in terms of the permeability. Like microbes are very, very sneaky.
Yeah.
They don't like to stay put, and so I always find it really fascinating to think about this history of planetary protection because it's all about control, right? We can control like what I think I cut out of the presentation was like part of the sterilization policy experiments that were done in the 1960s was about like mapping what they call death curves of different species of microbial organisms to see like how long they would be resilient to certain techniques. And in this sense, you build this confidence, like, oh, we know exactly how long with this amount of heat at this temperature that these organisms are going to survive. But at least a lot of but then you still have this kind of anxiety, urgency. I'm not really sure what that feeling or affect is, but like in discussions, like at conferences, I heard a lot of science being like, oh, what about false positives? What about false negatives? Do we actually know? Can we really bake everything off? The answer is no.
No.
And then also like
We gave up.
what things became permissible back in the past. So I saw a presentation at AGU 2019, I believe. The scientists were talking about the dispersal rate of microbes on Mars based on like different atmospheric conditions and how like it would take, and this was a preliminary modeling, and then of course the pandemic hit. So they weren't able to complete all their analyses, but it would take, I think, it was either 2 weeks or 2 months for one site to contaminate much of the surface of Mars. And you think, wow, that's really fast. We've already sent things there. So what do we not know about what we seek to control? And I think that's a lot of that anxiety and urgency too, is trying to fill those gaps, but is it actually possible? How do you live with uncertainty?
And we've also changed the language too, because now we don't really speak of sterilization as an absolute anymore. It's become we speak of spore burdens, how much potential spores are left on a particular piece of the spacecraft after X amount in kinds of cleanings. And so we know now that we send a spacecraft with potential occupants, and we've just chosen to accept some level of risk. And it depends on, nowadays, it depends on where the spacecraft's going, how much of the spacecraft will contact the ground, and so one's going to ice sites with ice at the surface, like Marcinius, have a very high control point for anything that touches the surface. But the spacecraft that does it, the DAC, doesn't have to be sterilized as much as the scoop or the landing pads. Fortunately, because since those are simple mechanical parts, you can actually bake those. It's the electronics that the baking process kills. So we can't do it to the rest of the spacecraft. It's become a very risk-based language instead.
And like, I mean, also like thinking about baking, like the biological experiments weren't able to be completely baked prior to because of the instrumentation, and there was no final contamination tests, or not really full system tests done right prior to launch. So like also all of these kind of contingents of the contingents of the contingents that then get seeded into narratives around protection, risk, allowable, accessible, good science, which gets thrown around a lot.
That's seeded as a SCED or SEED, but in fact you said seeded, I'm thinking of SEED. I believe Aaron mentioned the mission that seeded the moon with tons of tardigrades, right? So the thing that comes to mind also is there's all these efforts, but then there's always the possibility of accidents, right? Of things going wrong, even with the greatest intentions to create or to meet a certain risk threshold. But if you are going to be sending things into space, there will always be that possibility of things. So I think there's that bit of risk. I think I think Andy, you can start us off. If you could introduce yourselves and then ask your question.
Andy Burnham at Northern Illinois. So I wanted to ask a question. So I want to invite you to actually talk about the planetary and planetary humanities and your theoretical perspective, since we have time, I think, and I would love to actually see the graphic slides coming back. And then I just wanted to say I had a question, but also I want to first say that, of course, this whole idea that an asteroid never killed anyone is wrong, right? Like, Peter Jenkinson and his colleagues have shown pretty clearly that there was, an indigenous victim of the.
Fairly recent.
Yeah, but it's also, I think, important. Like, this was someone who's been kind of forgotten from this, so like we should actually be very clear that like there was an indigenous victim of that, possibly several. But I actually would like to hear more about the interactions between the community of meteoritics and those scientists and some of these early efforts. Because mean, obviously the Shoemaker was out in Arizona birding with all of these people, but I just really don't understand why the world seems so separate. So very late in the game. Like why was NASA so disinterested in meteorite hunters and things like that?
Okay, I'm going to repeat that for the folks at home. The question is about why was there so much of such a long separation between, or rather, a disinterest on NASA's side in communicating with and being in conversation with meteor hunters
Meteorite specialists.
and meteorite specialists that maybe were in maybe less legible positions in terms of their their spaces. And also, I want to recognize, support what you just said as well, acknowledging the fact that there have been victims of meteor strikes, in particular those in indigenous communities, and that's also worth remarking upon as well.
Okay, tough to answer. NASA, and partly it's a programmatic answer. Different bits of NASA fund different things. Gene Shoemaker's early work in Meteor Crater, though, was actually his DOD. He becomes a favorite of NASA partly because of that, though. And you know, he's one of the geologists who trained Apollo astronauts. In part because he took cratering seriously. Moons will craters. Meteoritics, as I understood it to be, was a lot about chemical composition of meteorites. And it was largely an SF funding for reasons that I actually don't really know. It wasn't a big NASA function. USGS was kind of interested in it. Maybe that's why. A lot of times, decisions within federal agencies are made based on the base of, well, does someone already fund this? And if the answer is yes, then you don't. And that's just a simple bit of bureaucratic life in a government that has lots of science agencies doing lots of different things. And so they may well have been in separate worlds, and there are some unusual personalities who chose to involve themselves in several. Gene Shoemaker, in some ways, was kind of a serial and scientific entrepreneur. And he went from doing this sort of hard rock crater stuff to doing these meteor search programs, being involved in trying to advocate for some kind of meteor policy, asteroid policy, and so forth. And so I see him as an interesting character in that way. And then after his search program came to an end, he never made the jump from film to automatic stuff. Instead, he went back to craters. You know, he died doing field work in Australia, looking for more giant craters, to try to prove the case that there was not just one opinion. But I think the only answer I can give you is that it's likely to be programmatic more than anything else. I mean, meteoritics was not a new science to NASA. And I think probably it's just that other people already supported it. And then, so they become more interested in the 80s. And I think that's advocacy from within the Johnson Space Center's sample lab. They, quite frankly, after Apollo, they didn't have much of a funding stream. This is a place where they could contribute because your chemistry is something they could do. They could begin building their collections. So if I were going to research that subject, that's where I would start. I would start by asking those folks down at the Johnson Space Center, you know, why did you start getting involved in this? When? What's the motivation? What did you hope to learn? But where I see that beginning to be done is in the 80s, when I start being interested in meteorites.
Can I get you to clarify your question? Are you interested in like my larger?
You just mentioned at the beginning of the talk that you had this whole theoretical apparatus that you had to spare us.
Yeah.
For now. So,
Yeah.
so indulge us.
Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. So my larger project is biology, as I was talking about, and I'm really interested in understanding the featuring a world building capacity that occurs when scientists are grappling with this question of how to search for evidence of life, what becomes possible. So technologically, you're developing instruments for a biology that you may not know exists or may have different functions. How do you do that? What kind of portals does that create in terms of industries that may come up, different collaborations that may emerge, conference spaces where you have these exchange of ideas, knowledge production, and so forth and so on. This connects to this in terms of I'm really interested in the relations and the relational forces that bring together these different scientific knowledges, these instruments, these people, these events, assemblage theory is what I live in all the time. And I'm really interested in the temporal aspects of assemblage theory. So how these different aspects kind of reverberate across time. And one of my favorite examples is Viking. Like I went to a lot of different current missions, like once to Enceladus, and Viking was brought up all the time. Not only because it was the first astrobiology mission, but because of the uncertainty, like what Aaron was talking about, right? The failure of the biological experiments permeating the sense of uncertainty. And this question that scientists kept asking themselves and asking aloud was like, how do we make a claim despite and with uncertainty? And so a lot of what I'm interested in terms of this framework is I'm asking, what relations underpin and allow for certain types of logics about science and how it's operated, and then what kind of world like come from it. So Pavanelli in particular, she talks a lot about something that's like very different. She talks about geontologics, which is like geological distinctions between life and non-life, which is pushing back against like Palladian philosophies that kind of render life and death as like the two aspects in which like governance and societies are orchestrated through and through which like bodies become subjugated in a society for particular reasons. So like how our bodies become part of like biomedical institutions, how certain peoples are rendered in certain ways in terms of the law, or in terms of access to resources, or in terms of like their ways of laying claim to certain environments or being able to have access to certain environments. Pavanelli is speaking against that and thinking about this distinction between life, non-life, which I think is really interesting in terms of outer space because there's a lot of non-life. And so how do we then kind of relate our, like particularly how do scientists kind of think with non-life, particularly in astrobiology, in a way that may be different than how biologists on Earth think about non-life. And also even like people who think about the origins of life have a very different perspective and stake in this question of what it's like than astrobiologists do. And so that is, I guess, the tip of the iceberg of what I'm thinking about in terms of why I'm thinking of Pavanelli and this like distinction and what becomes possible. I love seeding, SEED. It's one of my favorite just because like why I love looking in the archives is like see what I think are seeds of what we understand as the current milieu of outer space research. So I'm interested in looking now to see what seeds may be planted, what may get to sprout, and like influencing the next 10, 20, 30 years of exploration, particularly in astrobiology.
Neil, can we just have another extra keynote? Good room in the schedule for an additional keynote.
I'll try to adjust it.
Thank you. Thank you. I think at first we had David, did you have a question?
Yeah, actually, I think you were first. No, please go ahead. People here. Thank you, of course. So, bit of background when I was a high school student, I got my first thing at an astronomy thing, and that's what I did. I circled fucking meteorite streaks on glass plates because it was the only thing they could trust a high school student to do. Like it really is the bottom of the astronomy barrel. Is identifying small damn meteorites or near Earth objects on your plates, which are supposed to be whatever.
And so that sort of leads me to actually try and connect this, which is that yes, there's an institutional problem here. The institutional dynamics of NASA and institutional dynamics of nation states themselves. These things are large scale. There's also the disciplinary dynamics about what disciplines are interested in. And of course, biology isn't a discipline. Biology isn't in anything. There are many facets to biology, each of which all have very different ways of going around. And in my own work, there's this great discussion I'll share with you about that the engineers at NASA, when they're trying to build these sanitation systems, they're looking at these biologists, they're just going, biology isn't really a science because you can't do anything. You can't test it. You can't do it. The engineers are really irritated. But the sort of astronomy question is the same kind of way, that this disciplinary problem within like astronomy, which essentially doesn't count asteroids as disciplinarily significant, then creates sort of an extra layer of complexity that cuts across the institutional way. So how do these institutions resolve disciplinary problems? How do disciplines resolve institutional problems? And is that where knowledge formation and policy formation basically take place?
I'll repeat that, but first, could you please introduce yourselves? To
I'm
people who-
terribly sorry.
That's okay.
I'm the guy who likes to talk about shit a lot. David Munns from
Okay, so shit guy just asked a
Shit
question
Guy.
about.
My favorite review so far is the author of the shittiest book in the history of science.
I read that review. Yes, you should be very proud of. I'm sure you're very proud of yourself, as you should be. So, oh crap! Except that now I want to make sure I'm phrasing this correctly. So the question is about institutions and disciplines and how they enforce each other.
And how they cut across each other to each shape the other.
Okay, and how they engage in mutual shaping, cutting across each other. Great, thanks. Co-construction.
Well, I don't even know how I start the answer. I guess partly because I see so much of it, as I was saying early response. Gene Shoemaker is kind of an issue interpreter, willing to move a little bit between disciplines, do unpopular things. I think partly because he understood at some level he had a reputation that would let him get away with it. He was also in an interesting position. He was both Caltech and USGS, and had NASA support, and had worked for the Defense Department. So he had lots of contacts in different places, and could seek funding in lots of different domains and areas for those. And it's also one of the reasons I was interested in this permeability at the low levels between NASA and the Air Force. Same kinds of things. At the science level, there is this idea that science should be universal, even though we all know it's not, right? It's not necessarily free of nation state issues, nor is it free of disciplinary boundaries like we were just talking about. And yet there always seem to be people who care less about the disciplinary boundaries than others, right? And those people are often, though not always, able to make some kind of progress, or at least make a living in something that looks like scientific progress from outside. But how would I theorize that? And I don't know that I can, partly because I'm not good at historiography and I never was, but also because I think it's so individual. And so you find these individuals who wind up looking like extraordinary individuals to us historians, partly because we just happen to see those people, but also because they're disciplinary boundary breakers. And that gives us a more interesting story to tell. So it's maybe on us too, and our choices of subjects. So I'm a bad historiography person, so I can't really theorize any data. It's closer to that than I.
Well, I was going to take the ethnographic vignette route. And also avoid. So the overarching event that I was speaking about was the Hadal survey, which this is actually only the second one that's happened. Prior to this, the astrobiology roadmap was one of the ways in which NASA kind of made this trajectory of what astrobiology was doing over a course of 5 to 10 years. But in this decadal survey, the process of it was that scientists would form either like submit individual white papers or come together as a group and submit like a group project white paper of what they thought was the most important mission, technological development, what have you, for NASA to prioritize. And they'd gather all these resources, give a lot of presentations, and then the NAS organized panels where they would review each of these papers. They were often topical. So you'd have your Mars papers, you'd have your ocean worlds papers, you'd have your ice giants papers, you'd have your lunar papers. But before they got to the panel, you have the VPAG, which is like the Mars exploration program. We have a group meeting where they discuss like what recommendations should we give outside of these like very small individuals or groups sending recommendations. So the vignette with all that context was I was sitting in on, I think it was an Ocean Worlds meeting, and they were talking about how Mars sample return has been in the trajectory for decades. It has been a thing that NASA's wanted to do since Viking, because they thought of it as like, okay, Viking didn't show us the answers, we just get samples and bring it back, and a scientist on Earth can do better. And obviously that hasn't happened yet, right? It just Mars 2020 just launched in 2020. So, and that's just the beginning of a very long architecture that's going to bring samples back. Maybe.
There's always contingency in these things.
And also like the
Things contingency, things break, things get
Great.
funded.
Exactly. Defunded being like the operative word. But the Ocean Worlds folk were like, Mars sample return is like being slated by like popular and congressional support as like the next mission. Why are we like, what are we in a community that takes like 10 to 15 years to get anywhere to start a mission? It's like pretty much we're mortgaging out the future to Mars. That's a misquote. That's more of like a paraphrasing. But she essentially was saying like all of these kind of trajectory exercises are great when you're in the inner solar system. So what do you do when you have these longer term missions? So speaking to institutions through cost cutting, I think it's like this big question of like, how do you get, like, I think scientists are like, how do we get our needs recognized? And the stakes of which like the science that we're doing, often gets put into these topical groups. And yet it is, Mars science is very similar to Enceladus science. Like you're looking for organisms. There are certain physical and like chemical parameters which are looking for things. So I think some of that cross-cutting comes through the actual exercise of missions. But once you put it on this trajectory, once you put it in a review panel, you're prioritizing it. That's where I think a lot of that, like people hit that boundary wall. And I don't know if also like NASA isn't really like they can listen to the community, but it's nowhere written in their policies. They have to take the community, but it's just traditionally that they have. So that's also another vector of like, all right, the community is putting up all this outcry about like how Mars is taking up so much of the limelight. But does NASA really listen? Does Congress need to listen? Does Congress really understand the stakes of what like NASA scientists were trying to look at? Pluto or like something that they don't necessarily see the immediate importance of. Take whatever theory you get from that.
So there was a question in the back that I talked to.
So there are a few hands up. We only have a little bit of time. Could we maybe ask them very quickly and then all at once? And then, is that okay? I know that can be stressful, but are you sure? Okay. We'll have time to mill after this, right? We have time before the keynote. So if there's anyone who has a burning question they'd like to, we do have time, so someone can ask a question. I don't think there's nothing wrote down.
Yeah, I'll ask a semi-burning question, smoldering question.
Introduce yourself, please.
I will introduce myself.
Okay.
I'm at Party Groups, one of the solo organizers. And Eric, this question for you. I've been digging a little bit into this NEO issue recently, not really the same touch as you have, clearly. And something I found, Mr. Clark Chaplin and some other people like that, is that this whole issue of how we actually deflect and destroy asteroids emerging out of the Cold War, right? Repurposing SDI in order to blast asteroids out of the sky, right? That really increased the giggle factor in the early 1990s. Maybe not the giggle factor so much as just alarm at the possibility that these projects deflect asteroids would be really destabilizing and damaging. Honestly, Carl Sagan looked like that.
Yes.
And I wonder also if that slowed down NASA's efforts to, the Space Guard survey, and maybe made people a little more cautious of touching that issue.
So I think, so the document I showed you the problem of how do we defend against it. And Edward Teller was very involved in that. And of course, Edward Teller never saw anything that a nuclear weapon couldn't solve. And this becomes a theme. There's still one of his acolytes pitching use of nuclear weapons for space-based asteroid deflection. Clark Chapman was one of the leaders of the faction of no, we're not going to do it. And so Clark is not a neutral observer in this. Obviously, neither was Sagan, who was the initial person taking the heat from DOE and DOE for not wanting, especially in Sagan's case, what he didn't want was a permanent orbiting nuclear infrastructure for space-based defense, which is part of what the Department of Energy labs were trying to sell. Star Warriors were trying to keep themselves in business after the end of the Cold War by using this as an issue in the opinion of people like Sagan and Clark Chapman. So there is absolutely, and we do discuss it to some degree in the book, there's absolutely that alliance. The problem within NASA is that NASA is also, to some degree, influenced by nuclear issues, although it wavers back and forth. It's a more conservative administration. There are often people who are kind of also nuke boosters brought in. This happened in the George W. Bush administration. And so NASA became somewhat internally driven by that as well. And so there's a lot of that concern in here. What you saw in the planetary defense thing did was a kinetic impactor that did not depend, would not depend on nuclear weapons. There are a lot of people like Clark Chapman who think that would just be not only destabilizing Earth, but also dangerous because you have an additional issue with what the weapon will do to the object. Would it disrupt it, or would it simply serve as kind of a thruster? There's discussions of this in the technical literature as well. So it's a rivet subject, but we do discuss it.
So we are about 2 minutes short of the hour. I think maybe we should go ahead and wrap. I want to thank our panelists for a very generative, I might even say, a vital discussion. And I hope that we'll continue this discussion.
Let everyone that tonight is the keynote from 6 to 8. But I did check, it is an open bar. And it's at the Healy Family Student Center. Social room, which is right across campus. Where is it? It's right nearby, or?
Yeah, well, you walk past Healy Hall, it's very confusing. You walk past Healy Hall, which is the big tower.
The big tower.
Then you'll find the library. You take a right at the library, walk down just a little bit, and it'll be on your left. It's a big building. And yeah, libations will be flowing.
Yes, should be rewarded with your.
Would it be possible to have this emailed out to the group?
We
Just
will
so?
do that. It is
Great,
going out
thank you.
by notes.
Fantastic. Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Should have been on the program? Yes.
Great. Oh, yeah, this is very. Just the- Thank you.
You're way too popular. What? You're way too popular. I don't get 5 minutes. With you. You're not going home.